Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulan Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a Warforged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.
Yeah, buddy. What's going on, everyone? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to the premiere of Season 5 of Eberron, Oracle of War. This season is entitled Engines of War, and this first part of that season is called From Dust. I hope you folks enjoyed that. I am very excited for that new video. Thank you again. Music is always done by Chrono Wolf, but the new video has been put together again by Wholesome Horror Gaming, otherwise known as Peripheral Mike or Peripheral Media. Absolutely spectacular video from Mike again. We had the idea of having this extended campaign involve these different seasons, with every season having a new video, and it has worked out beautifully. And this is the second to last season. There is one more, season 6, which will wrap up the campaign. That'll happen next year. But we are very excited about how this all came together. And not at all, Tom, thank you so much for that incredibly generous gift of the 10 gift subs. That's really, really kind of you. I'm really appreciative of it, of course. And no, I wasn't mad. It was just where I was like, oh crap, because I was like, otherwise it was going to be like, like all the time through the video. And I'm like, no, I want to at least have it go there. So anyway, but once we had all of that victory music go through, then we were able to play it. Totally cool. Thank you again so much for that, Tom. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And thanks everyone for joining us for day 64 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond, the season premiere. Before I introduce the players, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube as well with !ArvTube. And if you're watching me over there, thank you. Remember, everyone subscribing over to YouTube, it's free to subscribe on YouTube, but every subscription on YouTube is a new record. We are at a new record high of subscribers. So everyone who does that is able to get access to all that cool content. Immediately upon release, you can be notified and then go over and not miss a moment of Arvan Elrond content. And again, we would very much appreciate that, because that really does support the channel if you're able to do that. So please do subscribe to us over on YouTube. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Discord has really been going like great guns lately. Very happy to have that place where people are able to exchange stuff. We've had a lot of stuff going on in the pets channel lately, where we've been showing all of the people doing their things with the pets, so it's all cool. So would love to have you over there as well. Twitter is !ArvTweets. I have to say that I am not planning to be on Twitter for very much longer, especially as Blue Sky is surging. !ArvTweets for the moment, though, is really useful to follow, because I still do post on Twitter. !Arv Sky will get you to my Blue Sky channel. That is going up great guns. That is I'm up to almost 600 followers on Blue Sky. And that would be half the number that I have on Twitter. And I've been on Twitter for about 13 or 14 years. And I have been on Blue Sky all of about a year and 3 or 4 months. So very, very much accelerated growth. And I would love to just get rid of Twitter entirely. But I still do kind of need to be there until we get the other things up enough. So please follow over on Blue Sky. It would be lovely. It would be tremendous. I'd love it. I do read YouTube chat live, by the way, Tom. I'm glad you asked that. Yes. In fact, there was someone who was hanging out over, I've had a couple of people, in fact, someone who just joined the Discord, who is a painter, who was over watching my Dark Sun playthroughs, and I often interact with them over there. Anyone who's on YouTube, I'm always happy to interact with them too. I have a second window for YouTube. I will admit that when I'm on the road and I have less monitor availability, it's not as easy to keep up with YouTube and Twitch chat, so I have to, I'm still working out how to make that happen. But yes, I am able to do that, and I very much appreciate interacting with everybody over there. So I hope that folks are able to join us on YouTube and keep spreading the word, because it's, good place to have more stuff going on. So yes, !Arvsky, and then website, arvinelleron.com. I just did the long-form recording of Hearthglow. We have a couple long-form recordings left, but I just did a long-form recording last night, and I have sent that over to Triffid, who is going to be working on it, and we should be starting to get audio podcasts of that coming in the next couple of weeks, so that's awesome. Also, there will be more short videos of Gen GMs and this channel on its way from the amazing live suing, so you should be on the lookout for all of those things. So there's that. Very excited for all of those things. On the financial front, !Arv Shop, that's the merchandise area where you can get stuff for several campaigns, including this one. And in fact, several of us tonight are repping some of that swag. So you should definitely pick it up to support the channel, and also wear some cool swag that all your family will ask you about during Thanksgiving and the holiday season. They'll be like, wow, that's an awesome shirt. You'll be like, I know, I got this awesome shirt related to Arvin Elleron channel. They'll be like, what's the Arvin Elleron channel? You're like, I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you. And then you can all watch it over Thanksgiving dinner, and it'll be great. Anyway, but very excited for people to be able to support us there. And let me see. That's the Arv Shop. Patreon, !Arvtreon. Really trying to get that back into the triple digits. Would love it if we could do that. Really, that really is the financial backbone of the channel, so please do support that. And if you haven't already done so, please consider as well. Let me see. Oh, yeah, subbing to the channel, just like Tom was kind enough to do. Tom just gave a ton of gift subs out, which was very generous of him. So you too can become a part of these, one of these sub people. It does not cost you very much per month, but it really supports us. And you also get, in addition to inspirations to help our players, which is also the case with the Patreon, a lot of those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. We have more emotes and sub badges that are going to be coming your way pretty soon. I don't have an exact date as to when, but certainly within the next few months, we will have a bunch more emotes coming from the incomparable Tari Tunes. So definitely jump on board and be a part of that now. On the publishing side, !Icarus, graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library, my tales and tomes from the 5e adventure and source book. It is actually regionally based, Tom, and I don't mind them doing that. So it's a little more in the U.S., it's a little less in other countries, depending on where you are. But yes, it is regionally driven, and that's kind of a good thing, to be honest. So yes, !Arvtreon for that. Oh, looks like my cat is heading downstairs. Well, thank you, Ganesh. Love you, Ganesh. Okay, it's been real. Yeah, he's leaving. He's like, yeah, I was here for hours, Dad. It's all good. Let's see. !Cat. Arvtreon for that Patreon, and subbing to the channel helps. I mentioned Icarus. I mentioned Library. !Greyshade. That is my Grey Assassin trilogy IP, Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, from the amazing Athos Arts, already out and available, and you can add to the now over 52 people that have reviewed the Greyshade on Amazon. We have over 64 ratings now on Goodreads, so that's really awesome, and I'd love to see that continue. That helps our algorithm quite a bit. It has been called by Hugo Award reviewers an important book, and I am very happy to hear, an important series, I should say, and that's something for which I'm very grateful to be honored by that nomination. So anyway, it's a huge discount. No. Like 100 subs would be absurd. Like, I think the most we've ever gotten, we did get a 25 sub pack once, which was pretty wild. 100 sub pack is amazing. Like, that's the thing. Oh, gifting a sub is 35% off. I did not know that. That's a new one on me. Wow, I did not know that. Wow, cool. All right. I want to make sure that we get this adventure rolling, so I can't take more time to think about that for now, but I'll have to check that out later. Wow, that's awesome. So anyway, Icarus, so Greyshade, yes. Oh, and also the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks, and of course the amazing tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade being done by our very own Brandon O'Brien, and Alligator Alley Entertainment, which will be out early next year. You can pre-order that now, so please do so. And finally, Exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to other when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in the future. And with that said, I'm going to unmute myself and apologize to anyone I interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to the now level 14 members of the King's Citadel, and you can see them before you. The crew of the King's Citadel getting ready for Season 5 of Eberron, Oracle of War. I hope that folks enjoyed the new video. I hope that there was some new material, new images, new things that were brought up in the video, so I hope you folks enjoyed that. But I'm sure you will enjoy even more the people and their cool new abilities that they're about to tell you about, which they were going in. They're like, well, but do I get 2d35 or do I hit with, that's plus 20 on that hit, and that will also do radiant and destructive doom death damage, and so as I mentioned, it's a good thing for resistances. Fortunately, there are resistances. I will start with the gentleman on the bottom left of the ziggurat, the incredibly talented voice actor and audiobook narrator known as Tren Sparks. Tren, it's good to see you. How are you doing, my friend? How's life in the universe and everything? I see you were also repping the Arvin Eberron shirt, as am I today. With
mine still has the sun bleached thing where it was laying in the one sliver of light that managed to sneak in past the.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. The best bad idea we ever had shirt, but still, we are here and doing this thing. Good to see you, Tren.
Which I wore when I went to meet Brandon in person.
Yeah, that's right. Man, I remain still. I still have the only one here that I have not met in person is Tren, but that is going to be changed next year because we are going to get Tren for things that I can't talk about yet. But things are going to happen. Chat next year. So yeah.
Somebody who says things we can't talk about. You keep telling people every intro video that we're in the King's Citadel. Shut up. It's supposed to be a secret.
I don't have to worry about it. You killed one of the most dangerous people. I'm sure there would be nobody else who would be interested who is secretly plotting even now. I mean, why would there be an issue?
I mean, we are killing all of them we come across, so our record's pretty good.
Oh my God. Tom, you can't be serious. That is 100 sub pack? Are you out of your mind?
Apparently, yes,
that meets your goal.
Wow. What the?
Oh my God.
I think everyone in your
I mean, there's a discount on it now for gift subs, but like my chat is going nuts. It's just like rolling up the number.
Yeah. It's scrolling. Yeah.
Oh
it's
my God.
Is it also doing the?
For the next notifications are gonna have a moment, I guess. Do we want to wait for that to finish?
No, because we won't ever get started.
Later.
What I might do is I might shut off the audio of it. I think that's probably the best way to do things.
Yes.
So let me just turn off the audio of that. Tom, thank you. That's incredibly generous of you. My goodness, 110 subs today from Tom alone. Thank you. That's amazing. Wow. Thank you.
Lamb.
And I will say that the videos like the one you just saw, I do pay for all of it. So, and I do that through the Patreon and the sub stuff. So I'm really grateful. Thank you. That is incredibly kind of you. I know you got a discount, but for the love of God, man, 100? Jeez. Thank you, Tom. That's amazing. That is clearly the biggest sub pack we've ever had. That's wow.
Well, folks, we better not suck tonight.
Woo!
That's all I can say.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
The bar's been set high. Yep.
Exactly.
I should go.
Wait, for all of those subs,
you know what? It's been great.
Half of the party falls out.
Yeah. Oh no!
For catastrophic damage.
I'm not going to remove the exclamation point 4 command. Clearly not. Oh my God, I can't even like. Wow, that is wild.
Rowan, you're dying twice tonight.
Jesus,
to make up for it.
Thank you, Tom, so much. That's amazing. Wow.
You guys in the chat were not here in the green room to see Mary. Her first roll of the night was a natural one. So,
but not clearly anymore.
You got it out of your system. So
yeah, exactly.
From this point onwards.
So I increased the size of the notification window just so that people can see it, but I do not want for the next 90 more victory announcements of this stuff. So that means we're going to have an incredible, even a more amazing than usual session, people. That's what that means.
Well, then we should probably start with introductions.
Yeah, I know. Let me get on to that. Sorry. I was a little thrown off. I apologize. Thank you again, Tom. But yes, Trent, sorry. So as you were saying before, you were not rudely interrupted.
That is not rude. That is definitely true.
Yeah.
So I'm Trent Sparks. As that guy up there mentioned, I'm a audiobook narrator, voice actor type person whose Blue Sky follower count of other narrators has exploded in the past week. It's just I check the thing like every couple of hours.
It's
and
amazing.
Like 12 people have followed you, and I'm like, okay, you're a narrator. Oh my god. Okay, I follow all of you back anyway. But I am playing Miatantin Tagashaw de Canith of the House of Canith, which is the House of Making. He is a dragon-marked human of making.
Yes.
Use your words, buddy. Use your words.
Well, he's not a bard. He doesn't have to perform things like that. And it's not like I'm a voice actor who has to, talk ever.
No.
So
note to self: put up script for Tanton.
Exactly.
Yes.
I've got like 9 different tabs to D&D Beyond open behind this window. So yeah. It's like, how many tool proficiencies do I have? Why is because of this and this and this. And okay, right. Anyway, so I'm a battlesmith artificer, now level 14. And he has his at present kind of absentee mechano good boy who is slowly making his way back to the city of Brass, or maybe Salvation,
one of the two.
Well, one is on the plane of fire and one is here, so whatever, you make it work. But yeah, the I guess, are we doing our level up HP rolls now, or
I was figuring that we could. Well, I guess what you should do is maybe just like to get this all in one sort of pack, maybe like 100 sub pack. Sorry, mine is still reeling a bit.
100 die rolls. Okay, well I can do that.
No, but I think maybe tell us, is there any other cool new thing that you like that you want to highlight about Tintin, and then do the hit point thing for sure.
I discovered that I didn't have enough cantrips. So I when I looked through the thing, it's like, oh, you only have 5 or 6. I'm like, all right, fine. I had prestidigitation, so nice. I can keep myself clean all the time. And whenever Spanner winds up using his force empowered rend and shoving people's limbs through the wood chipper in the back of his mouth, they can clean it.
You clean up a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's very nice.
That's sweet.
Right. It's a civilized rending.
Really. There's almost clean gore.
But the thing that I think I'm most happy about, that I realized that I can take, is a lovely spell on level 2, boost 2, called Catnap. And basically, if up to 3 people that I can see, and I'm like, why don't you guys I can do the Bela Lugosi sleep thing,
okay, and
they take a nap. They just fall asleep, and over the course of 10 minutes instead of an hour, in 10 minutes they get the benefits of a short rest. And so I'm like, I like it. I'm taking that one because it's just. I think it would be nice to be able to have our bards and our sorcerers and our cleric regain whatever they can regain on a short rest in the span of 10 minutes. I think that's a good.
And you like cats, and cats like you.
So anyway, Tren, love cats. I think cats are great. I'm much more of a dog person, wolf person, but cats are awesome. I love them. Tanton, so much. Probably why he and the Rakshasa didn't get along that well.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. And part of the Guidance fix, because she's. Never mind.
I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed, Tren, that as good a player as you are, it didn't occur to you to use a spray bottle on the Rakshasa. I don't know why. I don't. Well, you can't artifice one. You can't make it. Okay, well, so next time, just make a magical spray bottle, with that apparently will have holy water.
That would be much better for Nisiana's not holy weapon. it's like a cantrip, the
Is it
spiritual
bolt?
weapon.
Oh,
Spiritual
spiritual
weapon.
weapon. Yeah,
Make
yeah.
it a spray bottle.
Yeah, spiritual spray bottle. Oh man. So anyway, but okay, yeah. So let's see the. So that is awesome. I'm excited to see that and catnap. I love the idea of someone being like, I don't want to, like catnap, like they just they fall asleep. But how
They
about
have to be
those?
willing.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Fair enough. What about the hit point roll? Are you going to take the average, or as God has intended, shall you shall you do in
Roll?
accordance
Yeah.
to the prophecy?
So we're doing
Roll.
it each person. We're not going to do all the introductions and then each of us roll. Or...
No, I think no, because I
Okay.
think we get it all done in one fell swoop,
Okay.
so to speak.
Okay. So let's see what we get here. Think.
And
6 points.
6 points. Okay. Which means that you should now be up to 99.
99.
99. Great song by Toto. 99.
Yeah.
I've been waiting. Okay.
That one. I thought you meant that's
that's another one, yes. 99 hit points, and you have a hero point, by the way. You will be happy to know. You begin with that.
I had one before this.
Yes, well, it was, that's true.
I
You never used it.
used
That's
it.
right, you never used it. Sadly, they do not stack.
Spanner is up to 77.
And Spanner
hit
is up
points.
to 77. Okay. 77, because he has returned to you about a day after you're back in salvation, just so you know. But we'll talk more about that when we get there.
He probably comes in and I'm starting to assemble pieces of a new,
And just look at each other for a long moment.
Yeah. Exactly.
I was building a toy for a child next door.
Exactly. This was for experiments to enhance how you're awesome you are. Anyway.
Next level, yes.
Yes. Very, very cool, though. Very excited to see what Tantan gets up to today. Thank you, Trent. Very excited for what Marimay gets up to, which we'll talk about after I say hello to Marie Bilodeau. Hello, Marie. It's good to see you. How are you doing? One thing I should say that Marie's curated story bundle that I am a part of just came to an end 2 days ago. Thank you for those of you who contributed. It was very successful. I think it's fair to say, right, Marie? It was quite successful, and so we're really happy with it, and thanks to all of you who contributed to that. So yeah, that was great, and great curation, Marie, of this amazing story bundle. So how are things with you and so on, and who are you playing today, and what cool new things do they have?
Things are going really well. The story bundle went really well. Thank you for mentioning that. I've not been banned from like any story bundle anything, so that's a good sign.
That's good. It's good.
Yeah, we'll keep her in here. And today I had a great time because next weekend, I know, America is like weird with their Thanksgiving, which is cool. I still love y'all. So I said y'all just so I fit in.
Yeah. Thanks. I feel very American.
But next weekend, we're celebrating Carrie's family's Christmas, which is very exciting. And then my family is on the 24th, which is a traditional Quebecois day, Christmas Eve. So we've been like Christmas shopping, Christmas prepping, putting up trees, like it's been Christmas all day. But that also means the most exciting thing of it all is that Christmas baking is about to commence. So tomorrow shortbread is being made, and I'm very excited. Carrie makes excellent shortbread, and then I don't know what else will happen, but I am waiting with bated breath. Very excited. Life is good. Yeah. Do you like shortbread, Greg?
No, Marie, not at all. I don't love shortbread dearly, and loved it when I was in Scotland, and wish I could have more millionaire shortbread.
I'm
Thank you
glad,
for telling me about the shortbread I don't have.
Because if you loved it, like you'd really be missing out. Because like hers is so, wow, like crumbly, buttery.
So Brandon, it's good to see you. And
Marie kicked Tom's.
Yeah, exactly. What happened to I don't know. Marie's internet connection was like, no, I'm here. What's wrong?
Yes.
I'm surprised it took that long.
Oh my God.
You made it to level 14, right? It's not bad. But yes, it is exciting. So I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor, who is a College of Sword bard, which is a really cool build because you can be a melee fighter while still having access to some cool spells. And the really cool thing that I get several cool things at level 14. One of them is my flourish dice, which I haven't been giving a lot of other players inspiration just because I need those dice for my flourish. But at level 14, I get to use just a d6 for free and then keep my d10 inspiration right now if I want to inspire other players as well. So that's really cool. So that opens up new possibilities. And I get magical secrets. So I get 2 spells from any class, and I have selected, I went for the paladin spells because Mirimi likes to stab, and last time she was quite effective stabbing, so she wants to stab more. And I took holy weapon, and I took banishing smite. Is that what I took?
That sounds
Smite?
right, which is really cool, actually,
Smite?
banishing smite.
Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, so that's me at level, and I also have a brand new cloak thanks to my team gifting it to me, but I have the cloak of displacement is on me. I look very, very bitching. Very bitching. Yeah, and that's me. So I'm going to take the average, like a boring person, for my hit points.
I have shortbread, but I don't actually want to take any brave points. I'm just gonna, be my paladin.
I don't need to. I have shortbread. I have everything I need to succeed
yeah, I
in
know.
life.
I know. That's the problem. You're uncorruptible because you have shortbread.
I have
Okay.
shortbread.
So the average meaning that you're up to what now?
So I get 5 for the average because it's a D8 +2 for my constitution, +2 for toughness.
Okay.
So that's 9, bring me to 156.
156. My goodness. There is a very real possibility if Marie at some point takes the path of takes the brave path, the path of the champion. But there is a very real possibility that by the time we get to the end of this campaign, that Marame could go over 200 hit points. That is not an impossibility.
You will never take me down. Try as you might. Try as you might. You can't.
Between you and Optimus Prime over there that we're going to get to last, I have no idea what's going to happen with these. But anyway.
Look on the bright side. Play your cards right. And we picked up butter because it was on sale. And we have 24 like little pounds of butter in our freezer right now. So you could get shortbread if you play the cards.
Oh, right. I was waiting. I was like, play your cards right, and you could be made aware of this butter that we're.
You're gonna get butter.
I'm like, Jesus. All right.
Butter in the mail.
I am. That's being tremendous. Wow. That's great. How dare he? Okay, I had to. I couldn't. It was just right there in front of me. So you were going to get 1 hero point as well. So you were back up to 1 because you had used yours. Thank you, Marie. I am excited to see what Marame gets up to at this 156 out of 156 banishing smite level. It's going to be awesome. So thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure. Also, pleasure to have our good friend Brandon O'Brien with us. Brandon, who is going to be part of, I know I mentioned this before, but get ready, chat. I'm going to mention it several other times when they're on. They are going to be part of what we are billing the official title. I don't have the subtitle yet, but the official title is International Storytellers in Conversation, and it is going to be held at St. John's University. The date is February 20th. I'm confirming right now if it's open to the public and not just St. John's people. I have to double check, but it's going to involve Marie Bilodeau and Brandon O'Brien and Brian Talwara, who are going to be talking about storytelling and are going to be giving readings from their work and are going to be doing a Q&A and a conversation with each other, moderated by yours truly, and it's going to be awesome and amazing, and I can't wait. So Brandon is a part of that, in addition to being the maker of the Gray Shade TTRPG, which is coming rapidly towards your face. It's happening, chat, soon, and all that kind of good stuff. Brandon, it's good to see you. How you doing, my friend? How's life in the universe with you? Any cool new things happening with you as of late? And tell us who you're playing and what cool new things you have at level 14, if any.
So a cool thing that I had no part in, but I'm really, really excited about, that happened sometime this week, and it's been killing in my brain since I saw it on social media. The Science Fiction Writers Association, SIFWA, recently came to an agreement about adding 2 new categories to the nebulas.
Yep, I saw this.
One of which I think was comics, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And the other is poetry.
Yay.
And I'm so very hyped about this.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so between that now being an established part of the nebulas and Seattle Worldcon getting the Best Poem Special Hugo Award and me probably going to every business meeting afterwards and being very insistent that we should make that a permanent thing. I'm actually very excited for how speculative poetry looks in terms of being rewarded in the genre presently, and I really hope that sticks in the future. So that is soaking up a large part of my brain. I'm very hype about it, and I hope that that inspires more people first and foremost to read more widely. Like obviously, as professionals in the SFF space, we are aware that one of the big sticking points for awards is a lot of people don't read outside their comfort zone and therefore don't vote outside their comfort zone. And I'm hoping that people will see this and go, oh, these are things that I didn't know were things that I could actually read and support. And it's not that hard for me to read a poem. I'm probably gonna dig into some of these things and see if something's worth an award. And I hope that like sticks.
Hey,
and
man.
like inspires more people to read more poetry.
Listen, let's be clear. We have featured on this channel Hugo winners and Hugo nominees. This group already has a 2-time Hugo nominee. So, if you wouldn't mind taking us that extra step to Hugo winner, that would be great. And then my hope is that will create a critical mass whereby I will somehow receive a Hugo by proxy. One of my works will get up there, and
damn it, somebody's got to get there.
That'll all happen. Exactly. No,
these statues have a gravitational pull.
Yeah, that's exactly. No, seriously, I did see that, and that is long overdue, and I'm very glad that they're doing that, and I totally agree with you, as you know. So yes, that's awesome. I'm excited too.
Yeah. So that's actually very dope. But yes, hi everyone. I am Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. And tonight I will be playing Rowan Shallow, the idiot of the King's Citadel, a human wild magic sorcerer whose magic is just gun. And the very convenient thing about level 14 wild magic sorcerers is that the only thing that they get is the controlled chaos feature, which just says that whenever I roll on the wild magic search table, I roll twice and choose the result. Which is not better. That's not an improvement.
It could be
better. I look forward to the double ones.
Like what if you're okay? So let's say next year we're in the finale.
There are things on the net Libram that affect neither protagonist nor allies. I could roll any wild magic table to determine whether a horse nearby gains extra ears.
I mean, finale next year, you're facing down the Lord of Blades. Your party lies in ruins around you. It's up to you and the Lord of Blades. You do a wild magic surge. The choice between decapitate your opponent without a save or turn yourself into a fluffy bunny, that could be important, right? Like, I mean, those may be critical, important moments.
Look, as long as we're all infants for the final battle, that's all I remember.
Yeah, that's all that's necessary. That's true.
The Lord of Blades would never kill an infant.
No.
That's his weakness.
Especially as adorable as I was. Come on.
An infant.
For real.
See, this is why I want to ask Greg if actually I can swap one thing from 5e for the 2024 Player's Handbook. Because the 18th level feature for Wild Magic Sorcerers, which is called Tamed Surge, says that once per day, I get to choose which Wild Magic Surge effect I want.
Like, on it, but it still has to exist as a surge, though. Like it still has to happen.
It still has to act.
Because we're 14 levels in, and it still hasn't happened.
I can choose what it is, and whenever it would trigger, it would be the thing that I would choose.
I'm strongly thinking that I would probably accept that substitution because I think that's pretty awesome. But yeah. Very cool. Very cool. So hit points. Are you going to take the average or do as the brave path indicates?
So I rolled beforehand.
Oh, okay.
Edited my hit points beforehand and then totally forgot what my original hit points were. So you need to tell me whether it is incorrect that my hit points can now be 80 hit points.
Sure, because they were 75. So you rolled 5, so it would be 80 out of 80.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. 80 out of 80 hit points.
To make sure of that.
Nope, yeah, you're all good, and you have the 1 hero point as well. Lovely.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You rolled a 5?
Well, I rolled a 1 and then my
con bonus plus 4.
Yeah.
So a total of 5. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, just making sure.
80 out of 80. Otherwise known as literally half of Marame's hit points. just I'm just pointing that out. I'm gonna comment on that several times, I imagine.
Yeah, but with 80 hit points, Rowan might not go down as quickly. So.
Well, true.
I can take one more massive spell attack to the forehead.
I'm trying to be positive.
Oh man, it is a great pleasure to see you, to have Brandon with us as always, and I cannot wait to see what Rowan gets up to. In fact, it's going to be significant, close to the beginning of the session, as we will see. So Nisiana Jurasco is played by Jennifer Brozek. Jen is on her way home from an event. Jen will be joining us not long from now, but we will have her introduce herself when that arrives. So I will pass swiftly on to John Helfers. And John, it is good to see you. I am excited for this. I'm also excited to mention that Star Wars is rapidly approaching, chat, rapidly. And we're going to have that happening very soon. So I'm super excited for that. But otherwise, John, how are you? Anything cool and new happening in your neck of the woods since last week? And what cool new things does your character that you will introduce us to have?
So last week was the Battle of the Mega Bundles, because you guys had your Not Too Old to Save the World bundle, I believe, and then I had the Shadowrun Fiction Mega Bundle, and I'm very, congratulations on all the success that yours had. That's awesome. Mine, however, did so well that Humble Bundle has extended it for another week. So it is still ongoing, and there's the link down there. So we are really excited. Actually, I'm very thrilled about the charity, because Humble Bundle, of course, a portion of proceeds always goes to a charity. And this year we chose the Bink Foundation, which is a charity dedicated to assisting booksellers and comic sellers in times of financial distress or crisis.
Nice.
So
right.
I was, very, very happy. And I actually got a personal note from like the person who heads up they were all excited that we chose them. I'm like, well, we're all in publishing, or I am, and it kind of makes sense. And so that was really cool, and it's done extremely well. I'm very happy with it, and it's on for 6 more days. So if you want like more than 80 Shadowrun books, anthology, short stories, just all sorts of stuff, all sorts of Shadowrun goodness, it's fantastic. So the link is there.
Nice.
There you go. As for Alarian, I have to say, Arv, I'm a little disappointed that you don't remember Baby Alarian. The one time his wild surge did happen.
That's true. That's true. I forgot that
And
there
it
was
turned me
one
into an
time.
infant during a critical. Yeah, it was.
I did forget that. You're right.
It was very cute.
It was very cute.
I mean, I was adorable. I'm not going to lie, but
Yes.
still, just that -5 was brutal.
Gave a whole new meaning to Optimus Prime as a whole.
Optimus subprime, I'd actually call it. So yeah, exactly. So yes, I do have something new called Iron Titan, but I'm not going to tell you what it does because I want the sheer magnificence of it to appear actually in the game. So, but I'm very excited. As I've been saying, I've now, Illyrian has achieved their final form as far as I'm concerned. So I'm really excited to let that go, but for right now, I'm not going to do it. So we'll move right into the hit points. My spirit dice don't change at all.
Did you see Twitch chat, John? What Trent just put in?
It would have been faster.
Autobots roll out.
Yes.
Optimus Prime. Oh, yes. God Almighty! Sorry. Yes. So,
as the smart hero, I am also taking the average. Thank you very much.
Boo! Boo! This tank. All right,
Mr. Random. So
Yes.
that puts me up to a total of 123 hit points.
Okay.
And normally that would be below Mermaid. However, my Aegis spirit armor goes up to 61, so I'm over 180 points total.
That is very cool.
61.
Hitting the tank! Oh, sorry. And also, actually, with that kick-ass shield we took off of what's her face. Now, when my armor's on, I'm at armor class 25, which is pretty cool.
Yep.
I did not think I would actually my armor be going up any further in the game, and I'm kind of chuffed for that. So that's very exciting.
That's right. You did get some magic items, so that was cool. And yeah, Optimus Parm is the best cheese. Very nice for Justin.
Optimus Pram.
Oh, it's really great.
Thank you.
Isaac, great minds think alike. Okay, so 123 out of 123, 61 out of 61 each is very nice. Awesome. Okay, one last thing I do want to mention. This had been a request that I promised that I would say because it was moaned in chat, which is that on Monday, Emily is going to be, along with the Athos folks, are going to be doing a chat with 2 authors on the craft of collaborative world building. And this is definitely for the Saudiverse book, Songs of the Shadows, and the work that Athos has been doing with Saudiverse stuff. So I do want to recommend that people check that out if they can. It is going to be November 25th, which is this coming Monday, at 1 p.m. And I believe that's 1 p.m. Eastern because I think it's done like Visa my local time. So, oh no, I'm looking right at it. Yes, that is right. 12 noon Central, 6 p.m. GMT, 1 p.m. Eastern. So something you might want to check out if you are interested. And I have a link which I will put right here. And that is the link if you want to go over and be notified about something that's happened. So I did want to mention that quickly. You should definitely check that out. My publisher for Icarus and for the Grey Assassin trilogy. So you should check those things out. And so, yeah. All right. Let us get into the play, everybody. As season 5 begins in our last session, everybody, season 4 concluded with a rather epic encounter between what they thought originally was Flamewind, the Gynosphinx from Sharn, who was helping them identify and to interpret parts of the Draconic prophecy, and of course the vengeful lover from the Undying Court, who was really mad that they had killed her lover from the Undying Court that the King's Citadel had. But thanks to excellent work on the part of the party, thanks to a little bit of an assist from Zodar Tarev and Sky Blue, and thanks in large part, due to the fact that Merimee is a good aligned creature with a magical piercing weapon, which is super effective against what Flamewind the Gynosphinx, at least this Flamewind the Gynosphinx, turned out to be, and that is a Rakshasa. They were able to defeat this creature, which they had first encountered all the way back in, I think, level 4 or something like that, level 4 or 5, when they went back to Sharn, the Rakshasa that was working for the Emerald Claw. That's the good news. The not as good news is the fact that, number one, they still are not nowhere closer to finding details about the Oracle of Bones, sought by the Lord of Blades to be able to put out an army of Warforged. And that's the first issue. And the second issue is it shows that the Emerald Claw is not done with them yet. And at the very end of the session last time, Rowan Shallow discovered a document that indicated interest on the part of the Emerald Claw in something below this this area, which is very, oh my notes, darn it, this area which is best known for being the former capital of Seer. And of course, Seer is where Tantan is from. And if any of you watched one of our previous sessions when Tantan was greeted with a vision of the destruction of Seer, it was not a good time. And so this is going to be a very interesting experience for all of them, I think, to deal with. So, as we begin the premiere of Season 5, I want to bring us here. It is about a week after the endeavors of the last battle that they had. So, the party has had a chance for a full long rest. They have had the chance to do work that would take several days, if such work exists. And they've had a chance to have several discussions with each other. And I want to bring us, I want to sort of jump into the middle.
You want to bring Jen into the...
Oh, Jen is here. I want to bring the montage. Yes, I want to do that. But first I want to bring Jen. Okay. Video is going to be messed up for just a moment, but not for long. We will fix it. We will fix it. We will fix it in just a minute. There is Jen. All right. Actually, the only one I need to fix is Rowan, actually, because I got Jen working out there. Great. Okay. So, welcome, Jen. We got a little bit thrown off because in the middle, as we were beginning introductions, TomTom in chat dropped 100 sub gift. And so I was like, and it literally, they only stopped, the notifications thing just stopped now, like within the last 5 minutes. It was wild. So I am super grateful to Tom, but it meant that we were slightly delayed in getting rolling. But it was definitely worth it in this case. The difference between season 4 and season 5, TomTom, is that season 4 wrapped up, well, I don't know about what specific storyline, but they did deal with the Rakshasa. They did deal with Flamewind. But season 5 is now bringing them into having to deal directly with Emerald Claw and obviously still the Lord of Blades as we move towards the end of the campaign. So, Jen, everyone has now introduced themselves but you, so I will say hello, and I will ask, since I want us to get moving and play here, let us know anything cool going on with you that you can talk about quickly, and then let's have you introduce Nisiana, and if you can tell us any cool new things that Nisiana has gotten, and we'll have you roll hit points and go from there.
Cool things. I just got back from being a spotlight author at a book fair.
Yay.
I have kittens. That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
sure.
basically where we are.
Yeah.
My cool thing for Nisiana, as I open her up, because I'm literally rushing to get everything open right now. I think either I missed it since level 8 or it just sort of appeared on my character sheet. I now have something called Divine Strike, which involves me doing radiant damage with martial weapons, which is awesome.
Yep.
I think that was it. Tren, was there something else that we did? I don't think that.
I think that was it, pretty much.
Yeah, that I have a pretty boring time.
Level
this time.
14 is not that big for a lot of people. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So rolling, what am I rolling? I am rolling a D8. Roll a D8,
All right, let's see.
and I add 2.
Or you can just click hit dice in the middle of your thing, and it'll add the thing automatically.
Hit dice.
Okay.
So I got 4 hit points. I am now up to 127.
127. Okay. And 127 out of 127. And you have 1 hero point. By the way, we've all gotten 1 again.
Wait, did GM get a hero point? What?
What?
You said we. Like you got 1 too.
Oh,
and
listen,
now, sir.
I mean, who do you think's giving you the hero points? I have my pool, okay? All right, 2 questions before we get back to what I was going to do, which is, first of all, it's good to see you, Jen. Congratulations on that feature thing. That's awesome. Do I have anyone with a special background of either, I'm pretty sure no one's a Moorgrave University professor. I'm pretty sure we didn't do that.
Nope.
Do we have anyone who was a desperate soul?
I didn't tell you about my night job. No.
Okay.
No desperate souls.
Okay, but we do have the legacy event of Grateful Goblin, I believe, which is all the way back from the Nightland. So it would have been back from, I think, part 1.
Is that the Salvation Garunda?
Yep.
The Goblin Lessons versus a Potion of Clairvoyance.
Yes, the Grateful Goblin one. That will come into play a little bit later on, as we'll talk about.
That was when we saved her daughter?
That is correct. Yep.
Yeah, we definitely, I know we definitely did that. I don't have it written down, but we definitely did that.
Yep.
I have a song about it. We definitely did it.
Okay, so that was a legacy that you folks had. I thought so, but I just want to make sure. Okay.
Her daughter was Bellalore, and her dog was Errol.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Bravery against
and
danger.
Cat was Flynn. No.
Real quick, what was the name of the undead woman that was killed in the fight we just killed?
Hamburger.
And
Hamburger.
No, it's not Hamburger. Give me a second because
Antinua.
It was Antinua. Yes.
Antinua.
Yep. It was A. I believe it's ANNTINUA. I believe is what it is.
Are you carving them all into your armor?
Actually, I have a list of the deceased that I keep track of because you never know when that might come in handy.
Okay.
You know, who we've slain or has died because of. Died on the way.
Exactly.
Oh,
Well, I want us to start.
I mean, considering how many vendettas we've been stacking up, I feel like keeping track is
true.
important at this point.
You know.
So we've started. We started about a week after the events laid out last week and in season 4. And as we start the season 5 premiere, I want us to start with Tanton and Rowan. Rowan and Tanton, you find yourselves either inside or right outside. It's up to you. The house of Hilar Brissal. You have been speaking on and off to Hilar. Who has been in contact, quite a bit of contact with his superiors and with the people back in Brayland about what the hell happened with Flamewind. And the information that I want to give the two of you about that is that Flamewind herself, or at least the body of Flamewind, has been discovered. Apparently, Flamewind was killed. Now, it's not clear when Flamewind was killed, but it wasn't like back in level 4, if you know what I mean. So sometime after you encountered Flamewind and before the recent encounter, Flamewind was taken out. It's not easy to kill a Gynosphinx, but it's certainly possible if you are, let's say, a Rakshasa. So the Emerald Claw apparently is a part of this mix, and the others are investigating. But there is one handout that I want to show everyone that's going to tie into what Tanton and Rowan are going to talk about, I think. And that is, I'm going to show you this. Whoops. I'm going to show you this handout here. Okay. Now, I believe we've had this done before. I'm going to have, Trent, if you don't mind reading this, I'm going to have you do this because it's going to be leading into what you and Rowan might talk about. This is the latest newspaper article from the Korenberg Chronicle. So I hope you can see it, I think.
I can see it.
Okay.
Put on your best newsreel voice.
I was just about to say terror
attacks contained.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Corvair and all the ships.
And all the ships at
are
sea.
near here,
Yeah.
across Lake Galifar. The wave of vicious attacks that has rocked the continent this past week has been contained as cities across Corvair announced the cessation of local curfews and the restoration of law and order. Over 8,000 certified deaths have been reported, so keep track of it, Elarian. Every name.
You have to carve really, really small.
Right,
This Starforged is said to know where they all are. Like this picture.
with many more expected in the coming days as reports filter through from the provinces. The architects behind the attacks remain disputed. Well, good for them. All we know is this. A grand enchantment afflicted the minds of hundreds of elves, seemingly chosen at random, from all walks of life, and drove them to mercilessly slaughter their fellow citizens. No, they all came after us. The enchantment passed with the appearance of the full moon. Those few attackers who survived reported hearing a drumbeat in their ears. Where else would they have heard it? Anyway, and a single word repeated in the Elvish tongue, or stonefire in the common tongue. Intelligence agencies from every nation are now united by the same question. Who ordered this attack? And when will they strike again? That's two questions.
Two
not the same
questions.
question.
And it should be a colon, not a semicolon. Okay. Thank you, Jen. Excellently read. With that in mind, you are aware of what I've just described, this newspaper article. And I would say that the newspaper article is on Hilar's table. Hilar at the moment is out, though, because he is trying to gather information from the people at Salvation about anything relating to survivors that might still be trickling in from the attack on Razor Crag and things like that. So Hilar is trying to follow up with that, but we'll be speaking to all of you at a later point, not too long from now, but is out at the moment. And so, Tanton, I'm curious to know what you have been doing over the last few days. And Rowan, I'm curious to know the same thing, but you happen to have found yourselves in the same building, and I'm going based on what I believe Rowan had said he might be interested in doing and speaking to Tanton as well. So, but Tanton, tell me what you're doing, and then Rowan will talk about why you might be here with Tanton at this moment.
Well, what Tanton has been doing over the last couple of days depends upon answers from some other people.
Okay.
But what he's probably doing right this minute is he is reading a book, and Spanner is sitting next to the table with his mouth, basically with his lower jaw reconfigured into sort of a scoop, or like a little that is positioned over a bowl. And while Tanton is reading this book, he's feeding the shards from the dragon shard crystals that contained the air elementals that he and Merime released from the Bastion. And he gathered up all of the shards of those crystals, and he is feeding them through Spanner's mouth, grinding them into a very fine powder.
Nice.
Okay. And it's falling into the bowl on the tabletop. But
he's sitting so it's making this noise like
basically,
okay.
but crystalline in
oh
it.
Yeah, okay.
So that sounds so much better.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's basically sitting there reading a book.
Okay.
While he does this.
Rowan, is there a reason that you may have, let us say, come to find Tanton at this point? And again, if I'm misinterpreting what I think you said you wanted to do to speak to Tanton, please feel free to tell me to get bent. But I'm suspecting that there's a reason that you two are.
No, yeah. Narratively, Brandon O'Brien wants Rowan and Tanton to speak together. To Rowan, this is just mostly frustration. Rowan spent like the last couple of a large portion of the free time that we've had so far just kind of idly pacing not really knowing what to do for quite some time, and then just kind of wanders into Tanta's general direction and just kind of sits down and watches as you are doing the thing.
He is engrossed in this book.
I lean over to read the book. Like, it is obvious that I'm trying to be obnoxious in this moment, but I'm also not saying anything.
The book's title is Volume 1 of Reshaping Elementals, Forms and Functions.
This is one of this guy's books. Can't remember his name all of a sudden. Who we had to rescue from the thingy.
Oh, are you
It
talking about
was-
Soul Ring? Oh, sorry.
No,
Right,
it was
yeah.
one of Garana's books. Soul
Right,
Ring
no, yeah,
was
it's one of Garana's books. Who we hate, who I still don't really like. Cool. Grand.
but yeah, he's very focused on that book and doesn't quite notice you just yet.
I point at a word in the book that I do not know the meaning of. I'm not actually reading the book. I just realized that there is a word on that page that I do not know the meaning of. I just point at it very obnoxiously. I go, "What does that word mean?"
Oh, it basically means, well, it means to. It varies depending upon the type of elemental you're dealing with, but it is effectively to twist. Is the closest, because it works very easily with things like air and water elementals, and a little bit with fire elementals, but it's considerably more difficult with earth elementals. They don't like to twist very much, so it's slightly different. Oh, hello. Sorry.
Hi.
Twist. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for informing me.
No problem. He goes back to reading.
Ro just kind of stands there for a bit, not knowing what next to do.
But now Tanton, knowing that he finally just like, was there another word that you needed?
I mean, in the book, probably more than one.
You want me to narrate it to you? That's not something I do.
I mean, that would probably
Super
that would
meta
probably
there.
be very pleasant. But do you mind if we chat for a bit?
Oh, well, that's quite fine. He puts a marker in the book and sets it down and grabs the next shard and starts feeding it into the grinder.
How long have you been doing this work?
Probably an hour and a half.
No, I mean the.
Oh, you mean all of this?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
I suppose if you wanted to consider from the point where I first showed an interest or a talent with it, I was about 6 years old, so 20 years
No,
or so.
not that.
What are you talking about?
You have been a member of this thing called the King's Citadel for how long?
Oh, I believe we're coming up on almost somewhere between a year and a half and 2 years.
Can I ask you a troublesome thing? What's the worst thing that you've seen so far?
If you mean something that something which actually happened to me, that would probably be probably seeing Nisiana shot down several times when we were ambushed coming out from underneath the Warforged Colossus, and it seemed like we were not going to be able to beat these people, and it looked like we were going to die, and she just kept dropping over and over, and we'd get her back up, and that was probably the second worst thing I've seen. The worst would be what I saw on the carousel.
Right.
I was in Sharn when it happened, when it actually happened. So I didn't see it. I only heard about it. And it was devastating to me at that point. It was much, much worse to experience it. That'd be it right there. That would be the worst thing that I've ever seen.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting where you were from.
Yes.
You saw that and got right back to work after. It took a while, sure, but you didn't say no to this.
Saying no, aside from the fact that that would probably mean that I would have to go to prison.
I mean, prison's easy. 3 square meals. Beds aren't nice, but I mean, sorry, continue.
It would also mean that there's that much more of a chance that this sort of thing would happen again. And as I once heard someone say, when the bad things happen and you don't do anything to stop it, then it's your fault. And I would really prefer that it not be my fault, because far too many other things are.
I want to see the virtue in that, and then immediately after trying, we are in a secret room, in a secret base, with a small child and all of that child's retinue, as everyone outside is trying to kick the door in and try to kill that small child. I don't know who else to tell in this crew of yours that I am really having more thoughts than just a second at this point about having to be the people who see carnage happen and then have to do the bare minimum just to survive to get out of it, rather than actually fix things, rather than actually solve the problem. There is a core issue that still needs to be resolved, and we can't even... I feel like we're running uphill.
It's probably not an unfair analogy, except that it's probably also a very icy hill. If we don't do what we can to stop it, then all that's going to happen is the people that we have tried to save, or the people that those people will have tried to save, will fall. And when they are gone, there will be no one left to help us.
But someone psychically compelled every elfin corvair to tear this city apart brick by brick, because you have a glorified music box that you can't break and can't shoot, and we could just throw it down a river somewhere.
It's not that
You could dig a very deep hole. I don't care what we do with it. People are killing other people and saying we're the reason why. And it doesn't matter to me anymore that they're wrong or being reckless or selfish. What matters to me is that the people are still dying.
Just because we don't know how to destroy it now doesn't mean that we never will. If I have enough time to work on it, I'm sure that eventually I can figure it out. But we keep having distractions popping up. If we were to throw it into a volcano, it would simply potentially sink into the bottom of the lava and would sit there until its protocol 3 went off again, and then people would go and dig it out. We can only delay the discovery of it. We can't really eliminate it altogether yet, but it is a yet.
And until then, we just have to hope that the next person who says the S word in our direction doesn't actually kill us.
Well, first point, we can actually say Stonefire. It doesn't, if we say it, it doesn't do anything.
You suddenly hear screaming outside. Damn it, I'm sorry. Candyman.
Since Spanner has pointed ears, he just his eyes suddenly turn red. And anyway, I suspect, I don't know for certain, but I suspect that with the death of those two the final death of those two paladins, that that will not be an issue anymore. I don't know that for certain, but I have very strong suspicions. But yes, there will still be more people to come after it. Possibly not the Lord of Blades, if he has the Oracle of Bones,
which is already a problem.
And if he has that, he probably won't need this. He'll probably still want it, because him having ownership of it means that someone else can't use it against him. But if he finds the Creation Forge, it's potentially going to be a very bad situation. Though I suspect there's only a few places it could be. I mean, it's gigantic. It has to be.
there are very few skills that I have. I am not good at. I'm not good at being a champion of men. I'm good at being a swindler. You want me to break into something? I can do that. You want me to pick a lock, steal a thing? Those things are easy. This heroism thing, I'm afraid your friend Nisiana has incredibly large, inflated hopes about me that I cannot fulfill. I do not think I am prepared to see what happened to salvation happen everywhere we go every night for a week.
And I suspect that while her estimation of your potential may be, as you say, inflated, I suspect that yours is at the other end of the spectrum. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. All you need to do is figure out exactly how to reach that point. And then once you do, you may find it much easier to take the next step. One of the great things about having downtime like this, you can study new abilities, learn new skills, make things that we don't have the time to make the rest of the time when we are running around like axe beaks with our heads cut off. I haven't had axe beak in a while.
Same.
The first thing that you need to harness is not necessarily the will to improve yourself, yes, but figure out a better sense of who you want to be. Not what do you want to do, that comes later. Who do you want to be? If all you want to be is who you are now, then congratulations, you've succeeded. That's one goal down. Now make a new one. But find your next target, your next goal that you wish to reach. Then figure out what the first step to reaching that target is. Work your way towards it. And if you can't do it on your own, ask one of us. We'll help you where we can.
I like after you say that, there's this moment where like Rowan is very obviously like staring into the middle distance, trying to figure out what the answer to that question is.
And while he's doing that, actually, he's done with that.
I don't think it matters to me what I become, but I do want to be whatever it is, whatever is necessary to just stop this from happening.
Which in its way means that you know exactly what you want to be.
I am not sure that's true, friend. Nothing comes to mind.
It's very much like destroying the Oracle. Just because you don't know how to do it right now doesn't mean you never will. It takes time, exploration, patience. Look around you, see what needs doing, what needs rather to be done, then figure out how to do it. You can't plot a course if you don't know where you're going.
I am going to assume that at some point in the future, that is all going to make sense. Because you are obviously better versed in things making sense than I am.
Yes
Can I
and
ask you to
no.
do me a favor?
Hmm?
And I take my arm off and I put it on the table beside you.
The prosthetic one, right?
Right, yes.
Just checking. All right.
Rips it
I
off. Like-
That's a neat trick.
Season 5, the final blood cut.
Anything that you can do to make that more useful than it has been so far?
Oh, definitely what you wanted to do.
The nuclear
I mean,
option.
I would love the ability for ordinary bullets to do a little bit more than they have been doing, considering that the choice is that or, set things on fire.
Very much so, yes.
So yes.
I'll need a few hours to research it, figure out exactly how to do it, but yes, I know I can.
No, yeah, that's fine. I take 500 gold coins out and I just
It
throw
won't
it
cost
at the
anything.
table. I am accustomed to either paying for things or swindling people. Can you just
Then I will tell you what the price is. The price is to give yourself the benefit of the doubt and believe in yourself more than you do.
Why is this the conversation I am having?
You came in here.
Literally no one to blame but yourself.
I mean, if you want to talk arcane, you talk to me. If you want wisdom, you go to Nisia.
I would like to not talk to the Sienna, actually. Okay, I will figure out the thing. Why are you all so goddamn sincere? I hate this experience.
Would you prefer me not to?
No.
Don't growl. Don't growl.
Okay, I won't grab.
Don't growl.
I'm not used to spending more than a week in the company of earnest people whose job it is who I'm not presently attempting to con out of something. I think y'all are rubbing off on me. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm going to figure out some part of this. I just have it on the record that I do not enjoy the experience of having to do the work that you all do. And I very much look forward to this job ending. So
that will happen. I don't know when.
Go back to just swindling people at cards and Salvation and not having to worry about the end of the whole world.
Well, that will also happen. You know, if you help us, there's a better chance that it won't immediately. But if we don't do what we need to do, it will happen. And the only way you'll be able to escape it is to go to another plane of existence. You go to somewhere like what was the name of that place? You could go if you like very hot climates. You could go to the city of Brass in the Fire Plane if you want to.
That sounds horrid.
It is. I have heard. I've never been there, but Master Koth used to go there all the time. Or you could, if you want someplace a little bit more like this, there is another plane called Toriel that I heard of. That one of the major continents there is called Faerun. You could go there for a while if you wanted.
Here's what. That's plan B. If we hear that the Oracle of Bones is doing bone stuff, or whatever is the worst case scenario with these goddamn machines, we'll leave. Fair?
Well, it's not that easy, and I can't do it. It requires magic that's beyond me, and it well beyond my arcane skill will ever be.
I'm confident we'll figure it out.
Well, one of us who would be able to cast the spell would need an item that was attuned to that plane, which means we would have to find someone who has been there and take their, which we have, and I don't know anyone who has. I've heard of it.
No, we'll figure that part out in the. No, we'll we'll work our way towards that. I've never actually told anyone thank you before, and I'm not gonna start now, so I'm just gonna walk out of this room.
And Tandon sort of does a little arcane symbol in the air, and a mage hand appears and grabs his mortar and pestle and starts grinding the powder even finer. And he just picks up the book and opens it to where he was, but he doesn't look down at it until you get up and leave. Only once it's clear that you're actually going and the conversation is truly over, then he'll go back to reading the book. But until then, he's just kind of watching you to see if you're like adding more to it.
I walk towards the door, and there's a brief moment. It's like, is there something else I want to say? Nah, I'm gonna leave.
Good stuff. While this is happening, or somewhere within the middle of that week that I mentioned, I would say that we would focus in on Merime and Nisiana, who are sitting at a private table at the Grey Beyond, which is, of course, the Tavern of Salvation, with which you are quite familiar. Nisiana and Merime, you've also seen that newspaper that I previously mentioned that was read memorably by Trent about these things. Yes. You also know that Halar Brasal has been running around doing stuff, but that will also be speaking to you at some point, hopefully later on within the week. But you have an opportunity now to speak to each other. And again, basing this on what I suspect both of you had thought you might want to speak to, although certainly you could speak to other people. But you have an opportunity now to talk for a bit, because it's been pretty breakneck pace over the last several months, I'd say. And so you're sitting there having had mugs delivered to you of some of Salvation's best, which admittedly has improved since you first arrived at Salvation. And so you are drinking what is called Grey Tears. It is a particular specialty of the Grey Beyond. Yeah.
So glad I don't have your drink.
Private table, corner of the room. Nobody can hear you if you don't want them to.
We can just talk telepathically.
Also that.
Hear them if they don't want them.
That's true. Also that. Yes.
We will probably be doing that anyway, because we're constantly in each other's heads.
Just every so often doing the, type of thing.
Nattering away while drinking.
Yes.
Nisiana's not saying anything.
Okay.
Nisiana's just
How has Nisiana been lately since like the travel back and all that? What would Merime have noticed? Because I know what I want to ask Nisiana, but I want
she
to see.
is quieter than normal, and she spends a lot of time not looking at you. She spends a lot of time looking at other people and other things, like she's trying to figure something out. So
Okay, so I will. I'm almost, you know what? I'm gonna actually use my voice because I don't actually want to just pop up in your head because you're obviously using all of that space right now. Um, you know what I miss?
hmm.
I miss good drinks in Sharn.
Did we ever have any good drinks in Shard?
Maybe a little bit better than this. Have you even tasted yours? You gotta drink it, Nisiana. They gave it to us. I think it was a thank you. It'd be rude not to. Don't mind the floating bits in it. They're just a bit crunchy. It's not bad.
She takes a drink.
It's not very good. I mean, Greg tried the salad, but let's all be honest here.
It's just like, well, there's tears.
Then I sit back and I just kind of look at Nisiana. Are you still looking around?
Yeah, and then she'll look at you and she'll be like, what?
You've been thinking a lot. I feel like there's no room for me in your little head because it's so crowded with your own thoughts. You want to discharge yourselves of some of those, or?
Honest answer, no.
Okay, that's fair.
But
So, I'll wait. I'll lean forward.
you have a lot riding on me being me.
It's not where I expected this going. Go on.
Just you don't want me to change.
I think change is inevitable,
Yeah.
which sucks. I don't like it. I Do you want to talk about the Black Dragons, or do you want to just kind of do that on the DL? We say DL in Eberron.
You know what that is. You know what my parent told me to do. Do you want to talk about the fact that you kill in my name?
I don't kill in your name.
You did.
You know I've killed before, right? I was in war,
Yes.
which was similar to this. Would I kill to keep you safe? Of course I would. Would you use dark magic? Let me put
Magic
it this.
is not dark nor light. It is how it is used and what it is used for.
Yeah.
It is a tool. A sword can, well, most swords can't heal, but they can cut bonds as well as kill.
It's true. I would prefer if you'd stayed safe, but I don't know that anywhere is safe,
There's no place safe. We know that now.
and we keep each other safe
As much as we can,
as
but
much as we can.
there's so much riding on us.
There is, but we're not alone. So
No?
many.
No? Are we not alone?
I mean,
Who else would turn away the burden we have?
many people would like to have it,
Yes.
but it's ours.
And who would take it and guard it and not use it?
We have the rest of the King's Citadel. We have Halar. We have
And you-
Spanner. He's back.
Okay. There's a difference between Spanner and Halar. And no matter what Neotantan says, as much as I love Spanner for the idealization of what he is an it. He has no choice in what he does. And I know that, and I don't think he knows that I know that. Oh, hold up. Sorry, out of character. Oh, God. Kitten bite.
Kitten trouble.
Nisiana, what?
Kitten wars.
Oh, hold on.
War battle thing.
Yes. So
The ultimate battle has started.
while the Oracle of Muse is doing its thing.
Sorry. One of
Are
the
they
kittens
okay?
decided to go say hello to Mina, and Mina lives in the house of hissing growls. You guys couldn't hear it, but
It's good.
it's good. Nisiana gets distracted by kittens playing briefly.
Well, of course. Why wouldn't you?
But trust.
Yes, no, that Tantan doesn't think that you know that.
Yeah. But even after what happened with Flamewind, can you say that you will trust Hilar forever? Always? Will you not have questions? If he's even Hilar?
One thing I've slowly or have always struggled with, as you know, are my dreams. And one thing that they show me always, because we don't sleep, we only dream, is that things are always changing and shifting. It's like sometimes like a wave, and to just fall into it. If I could show you, Nisiana, it comes and it wants to swallow me whole, and it wants to just, and I want to dive in most nights, especially when I'm looking for answers. And because things are ever changing in my dreams, in my mind, I want things, and I know this about me, and I'm sorry if I've made you feel differently. I want things to stay the same here, and slowly I see everything around us changing, just like in the war. But what I don't want to change is that you and I can talk about anything. And even if we're not happy or we're not proud or we're scared, I don't want that to change. And you can change, because you will, and you already have, Nisiana. I wish we both hadn't. I wish we both would have lived different lives at different times and just had so much fun. Just ribbons and laughing and better drinks than this. But this is the life we have, and I want you and me. I want what we have to be forever. That's what I want, no matter how we change, no matter who we become, whether we choose to or are forced to.
Do you know what the healer's bane is?
I've had 3 of these really bad drinks so far. Remind me.
The healer's bane is to have someone who you have healed look at you and curse you for doing the thing that you are called to do. Are you ever going to look at me and curse me for not being able to dive into your dreams?
No, why would I? I don't want you to. Nobody should have to. I've tried to run away from them long enough. Would you curse me for not being able to find the information that might save us or change our course in our dreams because I refuse to fully give in to them, as the
No,
Kalashtar should?
The change happened, and I would be curious if you left me. And yet, no relationship stays static.
But it hasn't. I found you because of the dreams. That's the one thing that showed me the dreams could be trusted again. That alone is good, and I think time and time again the dreams will bring us back together. And it won't stay static, but you're still my sister. It's changed so much already. I mean, you have admitted that you know that spanner is just a construct. But one thing I do know, that's a construct. Okay. That's okay. That's like admitting that a favorite toy doesn't come to life at night when you leave it in the room. But what you won't do, and I know what you won't do, is you won't say it's okay to keep elementals imprisoned. I know that you won't do that.
The
And you won't.
difference, no, there's a difference. Elementals who have the ability to choose, you cannot keep.
Right.
If the gray has made something sentient, that is slavery. What I don't know, and honestly, it's not a fight I really want to have with me and Tantan, is whether or not the elementals outside the gray are sentient.
I think the whole world can be a battle if we let it. And I think that we have something very important
The
to
whole
do
world
right now.
is at war right now, whether we want it or not. And I am trying very hard to lean upon my faith and understand that there's still good in this world. But I don't know where it is right now, other than where you are.
I think sometimes when I'm just walking with all of you, I get a little snippet of a song that just comes into my mind. And somebody will say something, a couple of words, and an entire song will develop from there, like unwinding. And that's where the beauty still is, and the good. It's still there, and that's what we're fighting for. Because if you really didn't believe there was still good in Isiana, I don't know if you'd be fighting this hard.
No,
So I think part of you knows it's still there, but it's hard to actually name it and find it.
They said poison is the dose. Rowan thinks he is a bad guy. If he really was, he wouldn't still be with us.
There you go.
Have abandoned us a long ago. But he's not ready to hear that. I'm still thinking about the Baron's daughter.
I'm sorry. I wish I had done things differently. If we could take it back.
I don't. Because it's taught me something. And I have changed. But that doesn't mean that I will always be in this kind of mood.
That's fair.
I'm also thinking about the voice of the Silver Flame. She's 11. And it wasn't her fault. And I still don't know if she believed me.
Your voice will resonate in her mind for a while, and someday she will. Sometimes people take time to heal. Not just her, but you too. And healing means that sometimes we come out on the other hand different. And that's okay too. That's part of it.
Yeah. Makes me wonder. I know something that Tantan has gone through, and I know some of the struggles that Rowan is going through, and I know the struggles you are going through. But I don't know what Alarian is giving up or going through.
He has a new shield. They have a new shield.
They made a promise to a being, but they don't know what that promise was, other than they're beholden to them.
Do we know that they made a promise?
Oh wait,
they were talking in Celestial.
They were talking in Celestial.
Did you mention it, John, or no?
All
okay, so we don't know.
The two of you talked, and then he started beating up on Entenua.
Yeah, and then they were talking in Celestial to the other being, so we don't actually know.
And
So
to
all
be
I
quite
know is-
honest, the only problem is you guys weren't even in the room.
Yeah, we weren't.
So
in a
all
room.
that happened while you were outside, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, the statement still stands. I still don't understand
Fair.
what is driving Alarion to do the things he is doing. I think Rowan is running from his past. I know Mia Tantan is.
I mean, I think Nisiana, if it helps you understand yourself, but I think you need to figure out why you're doing what you're doing. I would
Because
think
there's nobody else who can. Because you all would die. There would be others to take their place. But you are ours. You're mine. So you can't die. And that is probably both a blessing and a curse. Because it still hurts every single time.
it will, and it will continue to. But find the joys out there too. They're still there. The little moments in between.
Shopping for ribbons was a lifetime ago.
Yes, and they are getting pretty tattered. We will need to go again. But unfortunately, this is not the town for it.
Though I kind of wonder if we can manage to sneak a couple onto Spanner again.
You know what? We're going to give it a go. We're going to try. And I have an invisibility spell, and Tenton is probably nose deep into a book. And he's not even going to notice that Spanner is very colorful all of a sudden.
I don't know. Spanner he represents something that's more than he is, and I think that's what all of us are. We all, I don't know what I'm saying. This is terrible. This drink is terrible.
I told you. Do you want another round and then we'll go decorate Spanner?
The tavern keeper says, 2 more in the house. I can see you're enjoying yourself.
Chewing on.
We have a value mug today. Like lifts up this thing. It's like 2 times the size.
The German tankard.
Yeah, exactly.
I can absolutely, I'm like, I can fix this. I can fix this.
I have one that comes in a boot. I don't know whose boot it was, but
See, now you're regretting not taking Heroes Feast, right, Mermaid? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Luciana has aura of life. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to use my hero point.
Yeah, exactly.
this is why Tantan maintains purified food and drink all the time.
Yeah.
He always has that spell prepared, always.
Now, if you only can develop the spell Change Taste.
We're just going to like drink
Prestidigitation. That's what it's for.
I have it.
That's why I had prestidigitation.
Me
and then
too.
There's a little bit of a.
I just look at you and I'm like, and I just drink the whole thing, chug it, make a face, and then when we're done our drinks, unless
Okay,
you've
fine.
got more,
Let's see if we can pin a ribbon on a tail.
I pull out 3 of my finest ribbons and grab Nisiana and cast invisibility on both of us for no reason, because Stanton pays no attention, and we're gonna go see if we can pin a ribbon on a Spanner.
As you go to do that, Alarion, at some point in the middle of the week, you are sitting, I would say, down by the previously destroyed railway station. They are attempting to rebuild it now.
Actually, I wouldn't be sitting there. I'd be helping them build it.
Oh, fair enough. But
because a guy who can fly can help make a roof really quickly.
True. Mm-hmm. And as they're doing that, Hilar has been nearby and sort of watching things unfold, and perhaps also helping a little bit here and there. And he, as you're doing this, he sort of watches you're sort of laying down a couple of the stones, and he says, a rumor is they're going to try to make this thing wider than it was before. They'd like to be able to get 2 railways going either direction, speed up the ability to get back and forth from Sharn on a lightning rail. I guess they're expecting Salvation's going to be a bigger deal down the line.
It is good to look to the future, and try to account for it. Putting in a roof truss overhead and come down. And then I come down and land and say, like, he came out. I kept working for a while until he said that. Then I come down and, like I'm taking a break. I would speak with you, Halar, if you have a moment.
That's why I'm here.
What happened with Flamewind? What do you know of that incident?
The official story is that Flamewind was taken ill, that something was poisonous to her constitution, and that although there is an investigation as to the nature of the poison, the expectation is that it will probably be something associated with a combination of overwork and a foreign food with which Flamewind was unfamiliar. And he kind of looks at you for a minute and kind of raises an eyebrow and then says, "That is obviously ridiculous. The real answer is that something or someone had Flamewind killed. And the authorities know it as much as anybody else does. The problem is that Flamewind was a gynosphinx and was working at Moorgrave University and had, at least you ought to suppose, better security than most. Moorgrave doesn't want any more panic going around than already exists. And, well, Eberron only knows that the authorities don't feel like it either. If it comes out that Sharn can get attacked wherever they want from the people that I think actually did this to Flamewind, you're going to have a lot of people even more frightened than they already are with this Stonefire business. But I think you have a good guess as to who it was that actually killed her.
Well, yes, I can tell you, I believe the assassin himself has been taken care of. And share with him the whole thing with the Rakshasa, both the first encounter, which I think actually was around level 7, and he still kicked her ass.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
And then our recent encounter at the warehouse, where they were dispatched.
So he nods. Yeah, go ahead.
But the, of course, directive more than likely came from Merle and Karnak.
It's possible. And if
I would say probable at this point. The Rakshasa already gained access to Flamewind's inner sanctum once, and with their disguise capabilities, it would be even for the university, even after their increased security, it would not be difficult for them to gain access.
And he shakes his head and he says, "That's a bad business all the way around. We've already got the Lord of Blades situation to deal with. If the Emerald Claw has become as much of a threat as it seems, then we're going to have to deal with them too, especially if there's some way that they're working together with the Lord of Blades, or at least have been connected with him before."
It would not surprise me to find some sort of arm's-length alliance between the two groups, each hoping to use the other until they achieve their goals, and then turning on the other, betraying them, what have you. Those sorts of organizations never... It is an alliance of convenience, nothing more.
He folds his arm and he leans back against the half-finished platform, and he says, "There's another problem, though. In the old days, during the last war, the Emerald Claw reported to Thrain, or at least they were connected to them. There was no chance or opportunity that they'd be able to move without being told how. Well, if that's not happening anymore, if they're taking their own orders now, if they've decided to break off on their own, it means not only that they're unpredictable, it means that they're separately funded. I don't have any idea who's given them this money, or how it is they're able to put these things together. I don't even know how they got a Rakshasa working for them in the first place. Those things are supposed to be the ones running the show, not being run. So if it is true that the Emerald Claw is behind all of this, at least these latest set of attacks, you're talking about an organization that we have no idea the size or power of. And According to the people I talked to in Brayland, they've got everything they possibly can looking to find out details about it. But I can tell you that no matter how many dark lanterns they throw at the problem, if the King's Citadel hasn't yet been able to figure out what's going on, no one in Brayland's going to be able to know.
What about the vampire? Is there any information, anything useful gleaned from him yet?
Mostly negative. That is to say that apparently his sect was somewhat cut off from some of the others. It's possible that there is some disagreement or even a split among members of the Emerald Claw. Could be some of the old guard don't like the way the new things are going, which would be funny since the old guard was pretty disastrous to begin with. Either there's a fight for power, or there's some that decided to move things in a different direction. I don't know that he knows exactly who is at the top of all of this, but at the very least it's true that Widman thinks there's a lot of power in the Emerald Claw. That much is obvious. And this is what I mean, Ilarion. Vampires working for the Claw. Rakshasa working for the Claw. What else have we missed? If these creatures that aren't used to working for anyone else are doing it, who's actually leading the whole group?
You need to find out what was promised to Widmer, whatever his name is.
Widman, isn't it?
Why? Exactly. Why did he throw in with them? Was it the promise of more power? It couldn't be for earthly rewards. It had to be something bigger involved, so as you said. But I'm wondering if Widmer's temple, for lack of a better term, was just a cell. And they were given their instructions from whomever, just like the cigarette we found out in the way it was another cell that they've decentralized themselves. Or, well, that was actually the Lord of Blades kind of thing. But anyways, the system's still the same. If you control the flow of information going down the chain and Taken going up, then you keep your underlings none the wiser as to who's running the show and their true motives. And you keep them decentralized for a reason. That way, if one cell is taken, like we mostly did with Widmer, they can't reveal anything about what the other ones are doing.
That's right. It all adds up. The problem is that even knowing all of that, we don't have a lot of details about what cell is actually going to do the next thing. Except that what we did find out from Widman is that there's been all kinds of interest in ancient relics, ancient prophecies, not just the draconic one. And I get the impression that they're doing some digging. We saw that already when they were digging below Big Mo back there when it was still here. We know that they've been trying to get more information, more resources, but most of all, more knowledge. And that's the thing that worries me the most. I don't know what knowledge they're seeking. All we have with us is the Oracle of War, and that's enough of a problem to deal with. But if they're digging below the surface of places in the gray, it means they think there's other stuff that's going to come to their benefit. That means we need to figure that out the same way. I talked to Garunda. She said she was going to be speaking to all of you soon. She's heard some people come into town talking about doing exactly that kind of digging. And if it's true, we're going to need to follow up. And all of this while we don't know what's happening with the Lord of Blades. And he shakes his head.
Yeah. So, obviously then no news on that front. No sightings, no activity from the Warforged. That seems odd after they make a kind of a big wave around Salvation.
Exactly.
I don't see how he blunted their advance that hard here that he's gone to ground licking his wounds.
And he shakes his head and says, I doubt it, and that's exactly what worries me. I don't think that we blunted their advance. I think they're getting ready for whatever they're planning to do next. They've got the Argonth. They've got some Oracle. Or at least they're looking for it. Who knows what happens next? We put those things together. I don't know. But these things, Stonefire, the Emerald Claw, the Lord of Blades, the Warforged attacks, the Draconic Prophecy, It all adds up to stuff that I don't even know if Braylon knows exactly what they want to do. At least we thwarted the war between Thrain and Braylon. The Keeper's going to be speaking to the king. But even if we can get them together, I don't know if we know what it means. But there is one thing you need to know, and the rest of the Citadel I'll tell them too. There's talk about gathering an army, and I don't mean just a Braylon army. There's talk of getting the 5 nations together, all of them, assembling the biggest army that Eberron Corvair has ever seen. Whether or not we can do anything with that army, I don't know, and right now it's just about top secret. But put an army like that together to go after the Lord of Blades, and he shrugs. I'd rather not do that until we knew what was going on with the Emerald Claw or any of these other things I mentioned. There's a lot of loose ends, and you're going to be asked to tie up a lot of them, Ilarion. You in the Citadel.
Well, the only good news is, from what I've seen of your armies, 5 nations get together, they're going to have 5 different ways of how they want to do things. So that should keep them busy for a good long time working out the details. Hopefully, before they actually get their armies all in a row, we'll be able to figure out more about what's exactly happening and who's working with whom.
That's right. We're on a clock, Ilarion. We need to get that information that we need before they send in this massive army, before they get it assembled, put together, and then decide where they're going to point it. And that means it's going to be up to us. We have to figure out what's going on, what puts these things together, how this all adds up. And we have to do it before something else happens to try to take away the Oracle of War, or before the Emerald Claw and the Warforged do whatever they're going to do. It's going to be up to us to put those pieces together.
Difficult with an incomplete puzzle. We need a more reliable source of information, or we need a location we can infiltrate to gain that information. So far, everywhere we've been has yielded little. It's been enough to the next clue, the next crumb, but there's nothing that, I mean, I don't expect them to say, hey, here's our plans for, in one neat little package, but still, it's been very frustrating.
I agree. I want you all to talk to Garunda and see what she has to say. It's a lead. It's not much of one, but it's something. In the meantime, I'm going to have to see what I can do to bring forward as much information as I can from the houses. There's been talk about getting some kind of intel, if I can, from the House of Shadow. But the reality is that working with House Fjarlin is risky. I still think they're in favor of Braylon, but I can't be sure what angle they're playing. And I felt I spent enough time in the shadows to understand them. Not enough time to know everything that they're involved with at all times. And I don't want us to get outflanked.
Okay. Well, it is not a house I deal with at all. So I don't have any advice for you other than to obviously tread carefully.
What about you, Ilarion? The word was it was quite a fight that you had there. He sort of he smiles. The word was you had quite a fight there. That was a hell of a battle you must have had against Rakshasa, members of the Undying Court. How did you... All of you fought better than I would ever imagine anyone could. But I'm curious how you managed to get through it.
Speaking of the Undying Court, and I'll go on to kind of fill him in on our suspicions that they're the ones behind the Stonefire.
Yeah.
escapade.
Yeah.
And how we destroyed, basically Fullingham destroyed the one at the Mage's Towers, etc., and then, saved What's-Her-Face and then destroyed the other one just recently. And ending up with, the other members, whoever they are probably not going to be thrilled with us. Let's put it that way. But as for how, it's confidence in myself and trust in my allies. Simple. With the 5 of us together, there's little we cannot do.
You don't think you haven't had to push yourself too far, he says. And he kind of pushes himself off the platform and regards you steadily and says, you haven't had to go beyond what you were hoping you'd have to?
Not yet. But the weight of the Oracle presses on us all. The stakes we are having to deal with. It's hard enough for everybody, myself included. I have not played a game such as this. Don't think I'm treating it lightly, because it's not, but to many, it is. It's a game where they push their pieces on the board and make their moves, and either they're successful or they fail. And we're the foils. Pilar, you and me and everyone else in the group, in the Citadel, we are the ones who are supposed to stop them from ensuring their plans come to fruition. And that is difficult, because oftentimes we are forced to react and not act. It is very rare that we have the luxury of striking first. We need to take the fight to them. We need to put them on the defensive, and that's what we're not doing yet. Everything, the attack, even the taking of the Argonth, the rescuing of what's his name?
Solring, Brandon?
Solring, yes. It's all moves they've made. When do we start making the moves? When do we put them on their heels?
I agree. We need to see if we can do that. But it starts with gathering the information that we possibly can. So, when you get the chance, we're going to need to make sure that we move first. Might get the chance soon, depending on what information we get from Garunda and the rest of them. In the meantime, I want you to look after the others as best you can, but I also want you to be looking after yourself. Reality is that all the others, they're from here. They've been in Eberron. You know as well as I do that you are not quite of this world. So even though you may have invested yourself within it, what will happen when your own limits are pushed? That's an open question. I'm telling you this because I don't think anyone else does. No matter how strong your shield is, if you're not ready for the attack that comes, that isn't a sword or a mace or a hammer.
I am both of this world and not of it, which is my greatest strength and my greatest weakness. I approach the people I see and those I work with at once objectively and subjectively. I try to analyze every move we make, but there are those who, because they are native to this plane, this existence, this continent, will know far more than I will, even though I have been wandering this land for decades. But that does not mean I know people. But I will take your words to heart, Hilar, for you are correct. But there is always a price to pay, and each of us will deal with that price in our own way. For some, it might break them. Some may rise up above it. Others may give of themselves until there's nothing left. It just remains to be seen when that price is called for and what is used to pay it.
And he nods and sort of looks at several of the metal rails being laid down by workers, and he says, "Yes. Let's make sure that when that moment happens, you haven't chosen to pay more than you've got in your purse. There are things that work beyond the level of just monetary compensation and value. And there are losses that are too big to sustain, even when they're just one member of the greatest special forces team ever assembled." And he pats your arm and strolls off towards his home.
So he moves to walk away, and before he does,
Larry grabs him and throws to the ground and says,
No,
32 D6 from the spiked Aegis.
there's one more thing. And he says, and I say, and you, Halar. And you have him stop, kind of look halfway back to me.
"Yeah,
You who are our, for all intents and purposes, commander, if the scenario were to arise that you had to send us into and you didn't know whether we'd return, but everything you know, everything you fought for, everything you've worked for since the day you joined the Citadel was at stake, what would your decision be?"
And he sort of lowers his head, sort of with a half smile, and then he says, "I'd send you in to do your job, and I'd go and do my own job. And if we survived it, then I'd resign and pray that we had done enough to save these people, and that they would know it someday."
And I nod slowly and say, "Then we understand each other perfectly."
And he nods slowly and kind of,
Heads off.
Heads
Which
off.
is good because I have one more person to see before getting the group together for Garunda's meeting.
Okay. Go ahead and let me know what it is. Is it a big RP thing?
It's not big. It should take only a few minutes.
Okay.
But I would need 5 minutes if possible. If you want to do Garunda first, I can do it afterwards. It can happen in the next days before we go.
Let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back from that. We'll do your thing. I just don't want to take too long on that because I do want to get to Garunda, get that rolling at the end.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So we will, to be exact, a 7-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:05 Eastern. You are watching, chat, day 64 of Dungeons and Dragons with Infinity Beyond. This is the premiere of season 5 of Eberron, Oracle of War. This is the season called Engines of War, and this part is called From Dust. Very appropriate, I think, for the excellent roleplay that we've had today. I am joined, as always, by the Infinity and Beyond crew: Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozick, and John Helfers. If you like what you see here, please follow, please subscribe, please spread the word, let people know about some of the best role-playing and Dungeons & Dragons work going on Twitch or on these here internets. We'll be back with you in about 6 minutes. Until then, thanks, everybody, and hang tight. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to day 64 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, the premiere of Season 5 of Eberron, Oracle of War. As I said, this is Engines of War, and it is the first part of Engines of War, which is called From Dust. And so with that spirit, let me head back over here. It is, as always, good to see everybody in chat. And thank you. It's been an eventful, I would say, very much an eventful day and session, both related to the session and also off session. So all that kind of good stuff. Okay. So we're going to go till 11. John, you had something you wanted to talk about briefly.
Yeah, just need a few more minutes, and then, we'll get everyone together.
Sounds good.
So once, when Halar's, the end of the workday is done, and I have to head to the church.
Okay.
And I can't remember if the church got damaged in the invasion, basically, or not.
Yes, in fact, one of you may have decided to blow a hole through part of the said church wall.
I mean, look, alleged, never proven. Gonna say that.
But it has since that time been repaired, or at least largely repaired. Like the railway station, they are trying to make some efforts to rebuild it, since there has been a bit of an infusion of money and cash and salvation over the last several months.
Right. Okay. But of course, I'm there to see Mother Johanna.
Yes. And when you come in, Mother Johanna, at first you don't actually see her. And then you can see that the familiar figure, her familiar figure is sort of leaning over someone who's in the front pew, and she's whispering to them. And then she looks up and she sees you, and she gets this...
I raise a hand as if for her to finish what she's doing, and I just wait patiently until she's done.
That gives you an opportunity to notice that she is leaning on a cane. And she finishes talking to the presumably parishioner. When the parishioner goes out seeing you, they smile, recognizing you. It's one of the Salvation regulars, locals, I should say. And then Mother Johanna comes towards you, and you can see that she moves a little slowly, leaning on the cane, and she says, "I am so glad to be able to see you, Ilarion. There was a time where I wasn't sure that I would be able to on this plane again."
Indeed. It is good to see you as well, Mother Johanna. Please, let us sit. Or you sit. I'm not sure your pews can honestly take my weight. I will remain where I am.
And so she sits down in one of the pews, and she says, "I had wondered what had happened to you and the rest of your friends. I knew that you were here, but I understand it has been difficult over the last weeks and months for everyone." She kind of nods at the cane.
Indeed. Changes are wrought upon us all. I am just pleased we were able to ensure your safety. What happened was a travesty. And I am just very, very happy that you are alive.
I am also pleased, though so many were lost or harmed. I would not, however, have been alive were it not for the work of you and your friends, and then most of all, of one that I had perhaps doubted. It is instructive to me that someone like Zodar Tarav would have helped. And yet he did come to find me. It was only because of him, in fact, that I was able to be brought out of the gray and back here. And, well, I suppose during the time that we spent together when he was bringing me back here to salvation, I had the chance to speak to him a little bit. I was altered by my time in the gray and in imprisonment. He may have been altered by my discussions with him. I believe he had decided he was going to help others again. He said something about it becoming a habit.
I wish Ilarion could smile at that, but they can't. But I just nod gravely and say, well, you may be pleased to know that his habit of helping others helped us recently.
I am glad. It is about time that your help has been repaid with the same. They are doing what we can to do that here. But of course, even all the support of the flame does not make it easy. But
No.
our time is to be used as we can.
Indeed. And it is good to see you back where you belong, where you are able to help the most in salvation.
And she nods and she says, I am honored that I am seen that way. I imagine that over time some may come more to the flame, not simply in need of help, but wishing to help it grow. There's already been talk of that. In fact, this that you see, and she kind of nods at the rebuilding, the walls reinforcement work that they're doing, and it looks like they're doing some work on the altar, is indicative of some infusion from elsewhere. There's a rumor that the Keeper of the Flame may themselves come to visit. That would be a tremendous honor, one that I don't know that we are worthy of having, but it may occur. There's reason for hope.
If the Keeper decides to come here, then of course, you are more than worthy. And you should treat it as such.
What have you...
I would hope that
sorry.
you would share your... I would hope that you are able to share your story of the darkness you traveled through and how you came out on the other side. I think it could be instructive and offer hope to those who may feel that they're lost in the darkness. Salvation has been through so much, but people like you who keep fighting for it, keep working towards something better, those are the people that truly make a difference in the citizens' lives.
I am grateful, Ilarion, but as ever, you diminish your own importance. Without you and your friends, there would be no salvation to try to help be better. You are the only reason that we have managed to survive this long. I hope you take some care for yourself while giving it to others.
I have plenty of time for reflection. And I do. But there is always more to be done, as you well know. And they kneel in front of her and take out a bulging canvas bag, and there's 200 gold pieces in it. Here, for the church, for your repairs.
And she gets this look on her face and she opens it and then... I cannot accept this gift. There are others who must need this equally, or more.
Well, then, it is in your hands to decide where it should go. You are the Keeper of the Flame here. The money is to be used as the church and yourself allocates. It is out of my hands now, and it is, because I put it right in hers. And it's like, who better than to know how to utilize it to help the people of salvation than you?
She sort of nods solemnly and she picks the bag up. 200 decent amount of gold. Yeah, like yeah.
That's not not light.
And she moves it to one of the pews and she says, I am grateful. Ilarion, there is I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but there is a legend, of a story of what will happen in the times of ending and who may prevent it. There is a story about those who may come to preserve and grow the flame. It is said that those who will do so will come from all places, walks of life, disparate people, disparate opinions. The legend says that when those moments happen, when those people come together, they will be at the heart of saving the world. There are 5 listed in the legend. It is not impossible that you are part of something larger than yourself, beyond even your group and your friends. And I would ask you to remember that you have worth and value beyond any money that you've given or words that you've said. If there's any blessing that my words can possess, I would have the flame be part of you. And she puts her hand on your shoulder, which is, interestingly, the same shoulder that Halar had brushed on into. And you feel I'd say a slight, a lightness, maybe, Ilarion might be the way to describe it. A warmth, but also a lightness that you might not have felt for some time. And when you look over, you can see just the slightest shimmering of a reflected silver flame in your armor.
And they look impassively at her, which is my usual look anyways.
Yeah. Why don't you ever smile? Why don't you ever say
Damn it, just emotion! I thank you for your words. They always resonate within me. And I keep them close. But what does me the most good is seeing you whole and well here, and doing what you were meant to do. And now, it is time for me to continue doing what I was meant to do. And I straighten up again. And if she's looking like she's going to get up, I will help her up. If she's going to stay at the pew, I'll let her stay.
No, she'll stand.
Okay.
Using her cane.
Yep. And I'll start to head off to the exit, the entranceway, and then I'll turn back and, Mother Johanna, the thing about all legends is that they start somewhere from the smallest glimmer of truth. And who knows? Perhaps that's what's happening now. Until we meet again.
May the flame light your path.
And also yours. And head out the door and head back to... I'm assuming we're all kind of bunking at Halar's anyways, so...
Yes.
All right, we'll go collect the rest of the group for the Garunda meeting.
Yes, and which takes place, by the way, in the Grey Beyond. And you have to say it's a kind of a welcome oasis from these dusty streets. You can see a number of familiar faces. Of course, at this point, you're all essentially legendary in Salvation, so you never have to buy your own drinks. They're always happy to get you more gray tears, especially Nisiana, of course. I know they're a huge fan. No, just kidding. But there's always, and you notice that each one of you, for different reasons, gets all of this sort of attention. Tantin people are perpetually throwing spare parts at you. Like, I found this in the back, and I thought maybe, like some old rusty springs, and like, one man was very excited because he had put together like a metal spring statue of a dog and said that he thought that maybe you could use this for modeling with Spanner, like it might help you do whatever cool stuff you do, stuff like that. Maramé, you actually have had a number of people who have tried to give you ribbons of various kinds, and one person who has asked you to train them in swordplay. Although the item that they've given, they're like, I know how to do it, is basically a wooden sword, and you suspect that this is a fairly young person who's telling this to you, even though they're like, I'm ready for the, a little bit of voice breaking type of stuff, and you're like, mm-hmm.
We're going to start with footwork.
Yeah.
Singing. Footwork and singing, then the sword.
Rowan, you have rather unexpectedly had several very publicly canceled debt sheets given to you, and your debt, canceled to them. And one of those people has done it with a big smile and a grin and sort of like, gives you this. And the other one sort of with a frown is given it to you. And you see that as you open up the debt sheet, there is, a big listing of all the money that you allegedly owed. And then a big red X has been drawn through it with a ZT underlined several times underneath it in about as angry initialing as you could possibly imagine. So you seem to be mostly free and clear from debt in this kind of town, from what you can tell. Nisiana, you have had a number of people that you worked with in the lead up to the original invasion, who worked with things about healing, who have showed you some of their advancements. There's talk of maybe putting in an actual hospital, not just an infirmary, but an actual hospital in Salvation. And one of them has asked if it would be okay to name it the Nisiana Jarasco Wing. Would be one that was specially geared out. And so far they've showed you the plans. So far all you see in terms of the actual footprint of it is like a just basically drawing in the dirt,
Stakes
more or less.
In the dirt.
Yeah, like here, exactly. Like here are the stakes, and then but as the person is describing it to you, and then it's going to have 3 floors, and it's going to blah, 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 blah. They're very excited about this premise, obviously. And Alarian, you have had a number of people that have come to you, especially those that you worked with in the training of the soldiery, who have come to you and shown you with some pride some of their new combat maneuvers, which you have to say are a little rigid, a little maybe by the book, but are very much, credible and in line and, not sort of Fisher Price, my first attack, like they're actually like really trying to make an effort.
My first combat set.
First combat set. No, they're really trying to make an effort and have recruited a number of people. In fact, you have heard that there are some people who are arriving in Salvation who are asking to join the militia of Salvation. It has gotten a certain kind of legend beyond its own borders. And maybe because of the resistance
I will
to the
be
invasion.
positive and, encouraging, and yeah, absolutely.
And in the midst of all this, Garunda and Bellalor, the two that we mentioned, Garunda and her daughter, have approached you. And Garunda, of course, first of all, greets everybody. Well, what happens? You leave for a few months and you come back and you're the heroes of the town. And the town isn't even a town anymore. And so she kind of smiles. And you can see that both she and Bellalor are decked out in finery that you did not previously see them wearing. And she says, it's been fairly profitable time for us too, actually. We're pretty happy about it. But of course, none of it would have happened without you. And well, I wanted to say thank you, but also I found Hilar and said that I wanted to speak to you because we saw something recently, and well, and she looks at Bellalor, and Bellalor says, yes, so this is the thing, that there are a couple of newcomers who came to town. There have been a lot of them lately. That's not really that much of a surprise. But something seemed a little strange when I first saw them. I mean, they say that they're from Moorgrave, first of all. And Garunda says, well, Moorgrave sends different expeditions this way quite a bit. There's always archaeological digs and things like that. They say that they're heading into the Mournland, into the Grey, to find lost treasures from the ruins. But the ruins of the city, that's the part. And she lowers her voice. She says, Metrol. That's what they say they're after. They want to look to the ruins of Metrol. And she sort of lowers her voice and, is kind of looking around and looking at all of you anxiously like, what about that?
And remind me again, was that the capital here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'll speak first if no one else is going to. Like, are they looking for anything?
It depends on whether
particular?
Tantan is or not.
Chanton, Tanton is in the process. He's got a jeweling tool in each hand and a mage hand with a third jeweling tool, and he's in the process of putting new script onto Rowan's arm. And as soon as that word comes up, he just
okay.
Yeah, and he's just starting to hyperventilate.
Luciana like pats him on the back a little bit and like just
while that's happening, I will ask the question: did they say exactly what they were after in whatever? Sorry, I've already forgotten the name.
Metrol. And
yes,
no. And well, the thing is, they haven't said it yet, but they're looking for people to help them out, I think, on the expedition. They've been asking some people whether they're interested in a job. Well, and the thing is, well, and she kind of looks over at Bellalore, and Bellalore says, well, I heard when they brought the wagons into town, they were loaded with all these supply crates, and the horses, they were all covered in black cloth. I mean, in Salvation, black cloth? Horses? And Bellalore goes on. Also, they wanted to find out, to talk to some experienced salvage crews, and so they asked me a few questions, and Mom a few questions too. And Garunda says, that's right. They asked me if I knew anything about it, and I told them that the morning started there. It's not a good idea to go messing around Metrol, that's what I says. And they looked at me and said, we're willing to take the risk. Well, so I heard all that, and I got a little curious. So I went and I observed their camp. It's not far outside of town. Well, everything looked normal, but in one of the tents, I saw a silhouette of a man, I suppose, but he was big. He was wearing this heavy armor, but the shadows, the silhouette, it had spikes or bones or points or something on it. He had this rasping voice, low, and he never left the tent. And only one person went in when I was there. This woman who's the leader of the whole thing, the expedition. I couldn't get close enough to eavesdrop, but it seemed strange to me. And anyway, I wanted to tell you that you're probably going to see them soon enough. They've been looking around for people to join them, like I said. But something feels off about it, and, well, you know how to handle people that seem off, I suppose. That was a save, not a check, does it matter?
No, it was intended to be a save.
Okay.
To figure out whether, how Tanton is dealing with this
right.
whole subject line. For those of you at home, I rolled with disadvantage and I rolled 2 3s. So he is not doing well.
Yeah. And Garunda says, well, that's all. I just wanted to tell you because I thought that I thought you'd want to know, and I felt that, and suddenly the door to the gray beyond swings open, and in stride 2 people. The first is there's a woman in front and someone behind. Behind is this sort of stocky human, stubbly beard, and has kind of a sort of an Indiana Jones-ish hat, you might almost say, with a tunic, leather pants. Has a hard look to him. He has a jagged scar along his jawline and is scowling as he comes in. And in front of him is a woman who you can just see has the faintest suggestion of maybe points on at her ears, perhaps a half-elf or someone with elvish heritage. But she is dressed in impeccable khaki explorer's gear, but it's accentuated by shined black leather that matches her bobbed black hair. And she walks in with a very confident sort of demeanor, and Garunda says, "That's them. I mean, that's the woman. She's the one who runs them." And the woman sort of spots you and nods, and then strides over with the man behind her, and she says, "Hello. Well, it's good to meet you all. I haven't seen you, but I've heard quite a bit about you. And I see Garunda here, and that's got to mean good things, I suppose. Garunda?" And Garunda sort of nods shortly and says, "If you'll excuse me, we need to be heading back to the shop." And she says, Of course. I'm happy to speak with these if they're willing to speak to me." And Garunda sort of nods to all of you, gives you kind of the, knowing, look. And the woman says, "My name is Gisal Varin, and this is my assistant, Garrick. I was my associate here, an assistant researcher. I wondered if we could speak for a moment."
I look pointedly at Rowan.
Like you see Rowan give you a very annoyed glare. And then what did you say the first person's name was?
The man or the woman?
The woman.
The woman is named Gisal, and that, by the way, is Gisaul. And her last name is Varin, capital Varren.
Miss Varin, hello. I'm Tyrone Morrow. I'm very curious what you've heard about this crew and how we may be able to help you. What did you say the goal that you were working on would be again?
Oh, yes.
While that's happening, I'm like leading us, like, I guess, towards like God, what do you call it again? I'm trying to find us like some seating somewhere where no one else can hear us. So you can sit
You could go to that same vaguely private. I mean, there's obviously a lot of people sort of looking in your direction because there always are, but they're not listening or eavesdropping, obviously. But you're able to go to one table, mugs of gray tears brought for everyone, and she says, sits down and she says, "Yes, Garrick and I are looking for, well, first of all, I am the head of the Thorn expedition. It's an expedition that has been commissioned by Morgrave University. And we've come here seeking help, I suppose. We're looking for experts on the Mournland, and, well, we were directed to your group. Everyone around here says that you know more about it than almost anybody else. There are salvage brokers, of course, but, no one who has exactly your facility, it seems, to both enter and leave. And I was hoping that I might be able to invite you to dinner to chat about survival in the Grey. I'm, of course, know a lot academically about these things. I've studied them quite a bit. Garrick and I both have, but we haven't been in the Grey ourselves yet, and I know that's a whole different matter, and something which is very dangerous and difficult and requires expertise, and that's why, well, we're looking for experts like you."
To be sure, you are aware of the curious irony of requesting experts in specifically the Mournland, yes?
Of course.
The equivalent of asking guidance on the active survival of people who have crawled out of a sinkhole.
She says...
There is...
Oh, good.
There is a point at which one obviously struggles with the work that you are describing, where you're asking us to tell you what are the surefire ways to prolong your life in a space where we have clawed our life out with our own hands on more than one occasion. Perhaps the thing that you want to experience is purely theoretical and not practical. Perhaps you are not ready to consider the possible risk of venturing into such a dangerous territory and having to discover how much you may potentially have to sacrifice in order to answer your question practically.
And she says, well, you're quite right. We don't know all the details, of course. We don't know entirely what we're getting ourselves into, but we know that we have to get into it. It's extremely important. And while it's true that perhaps asking someone about the gray with as wildly unpredictable as I've heard it can be is difficult, you say you climbed out of a sinkhole. Most people who go into the gray, or at least a lot of them, don't ever get out of that sinkhole. And so I'd rather talk to the survivors. It shows that you've been able to make it one way or the other. Even if it's improvisation, good luck, good fortune, any of those things would be valuable to us. And if we're to get this research done, well, we can't just go in blind. We need some people who at least can tell us just how crazily unpredictable it all is. But you're probably underselling yourselves from what we hear. You've not only gone into the gray and come back and lived to tell the tale, but you've actually helped keep this place somewhat safe from things that might come out of the gray. Well, that makes you very much the kind of experts we're looking for. More than I ever would have expected.
Why are you going there? Why are you disturbing the dead and putting your lives at risk? What's worth so much to you?
And she nods and she says, well, of course, most of this we want to talk about at dinner this evening, if you'll come to it, but I can tell you that we have been commissioned to find out information about the ruins. The ruins of, well, a terrible event that happened that you all know. We've been asked to get to the root of the morning, where it all started. There are rumors that, more than rumors, but decent information, that there is something that can be found there. And Moregrave is asking us.
Nisiana is
sure.
interrupting
Yeah.
specifically.
Sure.
And kind of sort of stepping in front of Mia Tanton.
Yep.
Who is your dean? Which college of Moregrave?
Oh, this was Professor Thorne who commissioned it. And it's the College of Archaeology and Deeper Studies. We've been there for quite some time, actually, or at least I have. Garrick has only come in the last few years, but certainly has added quite a bit, I think, to the faculty. And Moregrave is particularly interested in this, I suppose, because of the need. Say again?
Your name again?
My name, it's Gisal Varon.
Yes.
It's like she's gonna report back to your manager.
That is in fact the very, very specific thing that Nisiana is doing.
Okay.
I'm enjoying the
Because, you know
show.
I'm gonna.
I want to insight check Giselle.
All right.
I want to know if there is like some deeper personal interest for her that is not particularly academic. I want to pick up on whether there is some other reason why she considers this work valuable.
Okay.
But I'm also kind of sure that whatever she's about to say is going to piss off Mia Tantan, and I would really like to keep him from the pain that he's getting.
Well, we're
But
planning
yes,
to strip mine the parts so that, like,
I am
Just
absolutely
kidding.
going to message Professor Throne of archaeology about Giselle.
Okay. So, let's see. Rowan. You get the impression that that Giselle genuinely does want to talk to you about like the things in the gray in more depth. Like you get the impression that she's like genuinely interested. Like the dinner thing I mean, who knows? You obviously, an insight check isn't going to tell you, this will avoid an ambush from this. Like, you won't know those things. But you get the impression that she's not deliberately attempting to set you up there. It's also true, though, that there are a lot of uncertainties, maybe, that are sort of floating around the edges of her story. You don't know what they are, but she's probably not giving you everything that she knows. Whether that's because she's deliberately causing problems or because she's just like, I don't necessarily want to tell everyone everything until they've decided if they're even interested in doing this. That could be it too.
Cool. Kisol.
And she nods, yes.
What is the greatest tragedy you've ever suffered?
Oh.
While this is happening, I want to verify a thing. Tantin, don't you still have my arm?
No.
Oh no, I would have thought you would have given it back.
I was going to finish researching what I needed to do to make it do the thing that you wanted to do. However, while he's using the jeweling tools to inscribe the necessary sigils into the metal of your arm while it is still attached, as this subject is going on, and he's just, he's like just kind of, as it gets closer to her saying the name Metrol, he just reaches up, and if you will allow him to, he will just take your arm off and leave the table. And he will just, and not necessarily going to be gentle about it, but he could just and pull it off and walk away with it.
Well, before you do all
yes,
that, before you do all that, I just want to make one sort of timing note, though, which is that you could have had as much, like, you had a week, and I was assuming the conversation that you two had was somewhere midweek. This is towards the end of that week, so I'm just letting you know that you don't have to feel, you can do all that if you want.
He's got something else he's been working on for Illyrian that's almost finished.
Okay, cool, great, all right, all right. So then, so if you're gonna,
so you can leave with the arm if you want.
Okay. Oh, he's gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
damn.
And Giselle says,
I don't want that to happen while I'm asking the question.
Right. Well, so she stops as she's about to answer it, as she's starting to answer it, as Tantin walks out, and Giselle's like, "I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry if I offended anyone. Is there something wrong? Garrick kind of like looks over, like looks at Tantin as he.
Nisiana just basically steps into that spot, so she's right next to Rowan. Like,
I assume you're all seated, Nisiana, though. I mean, you can. I mean, but you can certainly interrupt again.
I just mostly wanted to make sure that
when
she started talking, that to me at Tantin, I was just like, oh,
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I'm sorry.
You know that thing that people will do at dinner tables where, like, even if everybody is seated, somebody will lean over the table to go, "No, you're talking to me, right?"
Oh
now,
yeah, of course. Yeah. That's
what I imagined Luciano was doing the entire time.
For sure. So
height notwithstanding.
So she says, there were terrible things, I suppose. I have in the past felt that, well, without getting into great detail, I lost a student once, and it was a student that was fascinated in something which had harmed her family. She was from Seer, and, well, she went to the Grey, at least so I'm told, to find them, and never did. I suppose I have my own interests then, and my particular specialty is the Grey, even though, as I say, I have not been into it myself. And so, when Morgrave was commissioning this, I stepped forward and volunteered. I have a great academic knowledge of it, but academics, of course, means nothing if it's not rooted in real experience. And so that's why I'm here, and hoping that I could enlist the services of someone who might be able to help me. There may be a lead on something in those ruins, but that's something I cannot talk about here. I'd be happy to talk about it in our camp, though. If you're able to come, I can give you all the details. And then, if you wish not to be a part of this, I certainly understand. There's no requirement or expectation. But I would certainly welcome the company and the knowledge of experts like yourselves. At the four of you, I don't know if the... And she kind of, jerks the thumb over her shoulder at the now, from the door where Tantan went.
I would like you to consider something. Purely academically, of course. Knowledge is fine, obviously. But there are circumstances upon which vapidly seeking knowledge is not only a risk to you, but an affront to knowledge itself. One does not need to swim in a volcano in order to know that magma is hot. Similarly, I think it is valuable to simply accept that strange things take place in the Mournland without having to personally experience trauma that may reduce your life such that you cannot even report your findings. If there is some greater reason, some more pressing issue that I cannot imagine for the life of me being purely academic, that you would like to visit this territory, we may be willing to consider what that thing is. But you'd have to give us more than that. You'd have to give us more than what you've already given us tonight before we can consider the rest of this conversation. Because, to put it respectfully, considering we have expertise as you have already qualified, you are making a reckless and childish decision and you will die making it.
So Garrick, who has been looking over his shoulder at the door where Tantan left, sort of like swivels his head back and like kind of, adjusts his there's a little bit of neck cracking. And Saul sort of smiles and says, I understand. And it may indeed be reckless. That's why I'm looking for experts to make sure that whatever we do, even if reckless, will not be as dangerous as if we went in on our own. There are other rival organizations that would probably wish to make this journey as well, and they wouldn't take the time to talk to the villagers here because they wouldn't care and they would want to get as fast as they could to the place they were going. I know enough to know that research is only as good as the quality of the sources of that research. That's why I've come to you. I can say that if you come to dinner tonight, I have several things to show you that may answer that question, and that may help you understand why I think it might be worthwhile to trust us. But, again, if you come tonight and find what we say unsatisfactory, then no harm done, and we will simply thank you for your information and attention, and hopefully give you a good meal into the bargain.
We will be there.
No reason why we should say no to free dinner.
She nods and she says, "Splendid. You'll find it just outside of town," and then she gives the rough directions. It's close, pretty close. And she says, "I am looking forward to meeting you, and please give my best to your friend as well." And she nods slowly, stands up and smiles and says, "Thank you. I look forward to a productive conversation tonight." And Garrick, who continues to have said nothing, sort of looks at all of you before Jasal turns, leaves, and Garrick in tow. As she leaves and the doors sort of swing behind her and Garrick, there's a moment's pause, and then and the tavern, the people were talking, and a few people are sort of like looking over and kind of like sort of like, I wonder what they said, like clearly they didn't actually hear anything, but they're all looking to see what you were all doing. Question before I get this from the four of you. Tantan, did you go back to Hilar's or just throw yourself on the road? Like, what did you do?
He's mostly out in the street. Yeah.
Okay.
Just like, I need some air, kind of thing.
Okay.
And just wanted to be outside, away from that conversation.
Okay. I will say that before, when the four of you, head out to find Tantan, that, and you can say whatever you want to say to him, But there, I will say that at some point, Garunda does come back to tell you, or send you a note, that might work as well, to tell you that she's hoping that you will at least investigate the camp, because she wants to know if she's crazy, basically, or whether there was something strange about the way the camp was laid out. But how you do that obviously is up to you. So I should mention now to the group, now that I let you all take control of what you want to do, that it's up to you. You could say yes to this. It sounds like you were said yes to the invitation. You can go there, which is fine. You could also not say yes. It's up to you in terms of what you want to do. But it sounds like you were leaning in the direction of giving it a shot.
I need to send a message to a Professor Thorne.
Okay.
Moorgrave.
Okay.
I have to figure out my 25 words that does not involve me wrangling kittens. So give me a moment.
While you're doing
meow, 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 meow,
Yeah, exactly.
meow, 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 meow.
It says something about litterbox, food, litterbox, food.
I think this message was actually for Flamewind.
Status on my phone too, so that also has to be done tonight.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I think Hilarion wanted me to link us all up. He did a very subtle gesture to me, I'm sure, which is probably like clink, clink, clink.
Yeah, exactly. Dink, dink,
Dink, dink, dink. Yes.
I'm just gonna put like, and then I'm going to reach out just to Tanton gently and just say, do you mind listening in to what we're talking about, or would you like me to just leave you alone?
It takes a moment before he responds, but he does respond with go ahead.
I accept the charges.
That'll be $5, please. Okay, thank you. I just say, and then I established a link between all of us. Good morning. You have been connected. Ding.
Ding dong.
What did they want to investigate again?
The ruins of Metrol. They think they have a lead on something.
Yeah.
To find out what they think they're going in there to find. And also if they know of, if there are any other interested parties, as she casually dropped at the table, who might also be going there. Because the only thing worse than to have the university get this, whatever it is, would be to have someone else get it. Someone we don't want to have, whatever it is. At the very least, we need to go and listen to what they have to say in a more secure setting.
Okay.
Worst comes to worst, we need to go with them to make sure they all don't get killed and can handle whatever it is they think they're going to find over there. Tanton, I don't expect you to go if you don't wish to be quite honest. I'm going to be blunt about it.
He is one of the ones who needs to come.
You will be as, no offense, I feel in your current emotional state you will be as much a hindrance as a help.
I think you give
Ultimately, the choice is yours, and I will abide by it. I am just stating my opinion.
And he holds out an arm to Rowan.
This is what I think.
Had to buff that out, sorry.
I just
You're-
click that back into place, make sure that all of my fingers still work.
And once you've spent an hour with it, you will come to realize that when your hand pops open and the gun is there, that it now has the same enchantment as his repeating crossbow. It is +1/+1 and has infinite ammunition, and you can just fire.
Nice.
Choo, 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 choo.
And Greg, I have many, unless it's tonight, I have many messages, but I have my message ready for Professor Thorne.
It is tonight, but you can try to send out the message to Professor Thorne, yes.
Okay. Professor Thorne, Archaeology Department. Have you sent people to Salvation to investigate the ruins of Metrol? If yes, who did you send? Please, double checking sources before expedition.
Okay.
And that is 25 words.
Yep.
And all you hear is snoring.
That would be really annoying.
We're sorry, the messenger recipient is not outside your range.
Their voicemail box is full if you'd like to. God damn it. Okay. All right. You send that out. You do not get an instantaneous reply. So, right. In the meantime, are the group of you, it sounds like the group of you have planned to come to this thing. And I guess I just want to double check, have I confirmed that properly? That's the plan. Okay.
Well, Valerian's going. Whoever else is going is up to them. But yeah, I'm
Okay.
going.
I am going.
Dinner.
Go ahead, Ron.
I'm also attending the dinner.
The dinner. Yes. So I will say that as the camera pulls back slightly, and the party is preparing, it's heading towards the evening, and the party is preparing to make its way to the camp and sort of go, as I say, it's not far from Salvation. So anyone dressing up in finery, by the way, you didn't get the impression it was that kind of a dinner,
Yeah,
but
no.
okay.
Nope, not really.
I'm
Just double
expecting
check.
to be attacked again.
Okay.
Is Tantan going or?
Yeah, I think Ted said he was, right? Or am I
Okay.
wrong?
Yeah, he's expending all of his mental and emotional energy, well, all of his mental energy to try to keep his emotions in check, but he does feel like he has to go.
Okay. And so as they're making their way to the camp, I think the camera would pull all the way back to reveal a Professor Thorne at Moorgrave University, who is in the midst of an evening class lecture when in the midst of it and saying, and so you'll recognize that the first part of the, and then gets this message, right? And sort of puts his hand up to his chin and looks at the board. And then
What's your operating number?
and then,
Sorry.
yeah, exactly. And then looks at the class and says, right, well, all of you know what the work is on read pages 200 to 300 and make sure that you have yourselves prepared for the test next week. That's all. Dismissed. And then turns around and rubs the beard on his chin and says, I wonder what the devil that means. And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close.
Damn it!
I'm tempted at some point to actually have this be where we just all go to Moorgrave University, and then we get to do a university session, because who doesn't love being in a... No, that's not what it...
That would be us taking professors and shaking them like this.
Hey,
What are you doing?
What are you doing exactly?
But you have to sit through my 45-minute lecture first.
I'm not saying, people are always like assume that they're just kind of like are you telling on yourself? I'm like, no, but I do have a lot of colleagues. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of colleagues. Anyway, yeah, the University Senate meeting. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Faculty Council. Anyway, this was a lot of fun tonight. I really, really enjoyed the role play. I was looking forward to this because I knew we were going to get these several duets, basically, essentially 3 of them, although one of them involved me through the form of Alar, and all of you sort of contacting each other, just partially taking a breath after what season 4 was, but also to set up for what's going to happen for season 5 and to understand what the stakes are with the Emerald Claw, with Lord of Blades, all that stuff that you know, but, you know, the fact that some of this stuff is still hanging out there. And you got to get a couple of loose ends tied up in a way, meeting Mother Johanna again, finding out a little bit about more with Zodor Tarev, and other stuff, even the sort of getting back with Garunda and Bellalor and finding out those things from much earlier in the campaign. So there's a bunch of that as you're heading into, this is not quite the home stretch, but it's closing in towards the home stretch. Like we're moving in that direction. So there's a lot of that. And so I really enjoyed this, and it sets up nicely for, as we have more mysteries to solve, but it sets up nicely for what we're going to have next month when we get this rolling. First, you need to get and go to the department secretaries. Amen. Let me just say, quick sidebar, if anyone ever wants to know how to navigate academia and you're like, I don't know how to do this, first thing, get to know and befriend and be nice and professional and kind to the department secretaries, because no one, and I mean absolutely no one at a university knows as much as the secretaries about how to do absolutely everything at that university. Just saying, just little side note in case you ever want to know. They are
That everything that Greg just said did not come from a place of trauma at all.
I have to say that, even
Listen,
when I
you.
worked for Microsoft, it was the department secretaries that you made sure you were nice to, you were polite to, who you said please and thank you
Yep.
to, and they would move heaven and earth
Yep.
for you.
Yeah. I mean, you should just do it ethically to treat people not well
Yes.
anyway. But like on top of that, as a practical matter, if you want to grease the skids, no one has more grease than secretaries. I'm just telling you right now at these places. So anyway, but this was a great session. I really had fun watching you all do your amazing role play work as per usual. I will start at the bottom right of the ziggurat this time. John, good stuff from Ilarion. I really like the bond, which again, one of the lovely things about this is that I never know going in who is going to connect with whom. I didn't know that Nisiana would feel as much connection with, say, the Keeper of the Flame as Nisiana clearly did, or that Rowan would identify with Fjarlin in some ways, but also with Zodor Tarev in the same way, or that Tantin would be, as I knew obviously about the backstory, I didn't know that it would have that kind of deep traumatic seed about what was going on with Metrol. Merime with her own regarding the question of dreams and about what drives her as a Kalashtar. Like, these are all things that are like elements that players can pick up on, but as a DM, I don't know until they do what stuff is gonna matter to them. So in Ilarion's case, I really love the idea that Ilarion is really kind of really leaned into the stuff with Mother Johanna and the flame and the silver flame and all that. I think that's a really nice extra touch. And I was thinking about the fact that when Ilarion does, because that's all they can do, react impassively, right, in their expression, how fascinating that is. It reminds me a little bit of the early episodes of The Mandalorian, where there's so much great work being done where you're like, what is going on behind the mask, right, between all of that. I was thinking a bit of that with Ilarion and Mother Johanna, so that was a very nice moment. And the stuff with Halar, and then there's all this stuff you have to figure out practically, obviously Ilarion, about what to do next, but there's good role-play moments here. How'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
So yeah, the two people on my list to see were Halar and Mother Johanna. So you, of course, took care of Halar first, which was like, well, that's perfect. Although I forgot to tell him that Zodor was around, but maybe that's not as important. It's more important for Mother Johanna to know. So I think actually my forgetting played just perfectly. And I like that relationship that oddly Halar and Ilarion seem to have too, which is very interesting as well. It's just, the being that is not like it'd be the least King Citadel. That I don't sneak around. I don't, do this whole skulking in the shadows thing like Merime or others could do. Anyone, even Tantin could probably move better than I could just because of the nature of who I am. And yet Halar and Ilarion seem to have this very professional, respectful relationship with each other, which I find fascinating. So that was good. And then, of course, yes, there was no way that Ilarion was not going to be in town without seeing Mother Johanna, so that was terrific as well. It was ostensibly to give the money to the church to keep that going, but because they played it not a direct hand, that was Zodor, which I never got to thank that little weasel for either. Son of a gun, he was there and gone first, which kind of ticked me off, but whatever. The fact that he did what he did plays a big role if our paths ever cross again. And someday, hopefully, we'll have the chance to talk to him about it, but that was terrific too. So yeah, I almost told you, Craig, in the chat, I'm like, I'm going to spring this out. I'm going to see where it goes.
Yeah.
But of course, you played it perfectly, as expected. So yeah, a lot of fun. And watching everyone else interact, it was also fun to see that too. So it was a good time, and just enjoyed as much watching it as I did, doing my part. And here we go again. So yeah, much fun.
Once more into the grave, or the breach, or something.
The Great Breach, sure, why not?
The Great Breach.
Yeah, I can't wait. But before that, there is PAX Unplugged in Philadelphia, and I will be there. So if folks on the East Coast can make it to Philly for a really fun board game or a tabletop game-centered convention in Philadelphia, come on by. Catalyst will be there in our full glory. It's the last major convention of the year, so swing on by and say hello, and we'll be there doing our thing. So it's December 6th through the 8th, so it's coming up quick.
Good stuff. Thank you, John. Excited for that, and excited for the end of the year in December. It'll be great. It'll be we're gonna get. Looks like chat. We are gonna get 2 sessions, I think, of Eberron in next month. There'll be a little bit of sort of moving around, but the reason we're doing this is that we have a big announcement coming up. Which we can't make quite yet, but we have a big announcement coming up about what the series finale of this will look like next year. It's going to be really awesome, and I'm really excited about it. And but to make sure that we get there where things are set up for that series finale, I need to make sure that we're moving at a relatively reasonable pace, which means trying to get a couple sessions in a month to make sure that we're doing it. And as long as we do that, along with ArvCon, of course, in May, we'll be able to, we should be able to get there. I've planned this out multiple times and run multiple scenarios, so I think we're good to do that. But it just means that we're going to get regular Eberron play, and then that will be joined by Expedition and the other campaigns that we run here as well. But especially Eberron, I want to make sure is getting their regular process, their regular progress, I guess. So, but anyway, in that spirit, I'm looking forward to next month. And John, thank you. Look for more from Malarian. And don't forget, Star Wars on the way. Speaking of new things happening as well. Absolutely. Moving right up on the line. Jen, good stuff as well as always from Nisiana. I thought it was interesting here to see not only the discussion that you were having with, which I expected would be great, between you and Marie and Nisiana and Mermaid talking as sisters in a way that obviously you've done before, but not for a while. You haven't had the chance to do it since a bunch of other things have, morphed and changed over time. And I thought there was some good philosophical discussion that was happening over a drink in a tavern, as it were. But also some good moments here thinking about how you were going to manage Tantan. And it was, I think, valuable because Nisiana obviously is looking out for the welfare of the group, including the mental welfare. But that's interesting because Nisiana does have an understanding now of some aspects of what trauma is and how it affects people, and she saw it directly with stuff that happened in the carousel and so on. So that was interesting to me. It suggests not that she's grown cynical, but rather that she's grown wise enough to know when trauma has to be mitigated, managed, and understood in certain circumstances. And so there were two highlights for me with obviously you with Merame, but also dealing with Tantan there in that last little stage that we had. So how did you feel? And then of course we'll see what happens with the message too. How did you feel about the session today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a good time. I have a sleepy kitten right next to me.
Yay, sleepy kitten.
I've been showing people kittens as we've been going along.
Yeah, at one point you had one on your lap and another one one up here and then another one coming up on the shoulder.
Yeah, the twins. They're very purry, and Mina is very growly, and Lilu is whatever. She's just stay out of my grill. She's fine with them until they want to be right up in her face, and she's like, nope. I will be here the next time. Actually, I will have had my birthday by the next game.
So happy advanced birthday by that.
To 54. This 54 doesn't feel any like what I thought it would do when I was much younger. But you know what? It's all good. The thing with Nisiana is she is growing up more than she was. She was the youngest in this group, the most inexperienced, the most naive. That naivete is rapidly flying away. But she has a lot of empathy, especially for Mia Tantan. She saw his home destroyed. She saw it happen. And she's like, if I saw this, what would I feel? And then she wants to protect her sister because, her sister is trying to protect her, and, all these things. There's a lot of really lovely role play going on that I am enjoying. Let's see, what's new? I just had my 25th anthology released. I co-edited it with John. It's called Through the Decades. It is a homage celebration of 35 years of Shadowrun. And as soon as I'm done with this, I'll go look up the link and put it into the chat. I'm very pleased with it. It's got old favorites and new authors. So I don't even have to tell you, pre-order is love. It's available now. You'll
just
love
orders
it.
Are love. Just orders.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's basically it. And I have kittens, and I will continue to have kittens, basically running amok while I'm playing game.
It's good stuff. It's the best. That's the best kind of running amok. Thank you, Jen. Always good stuff there, and happy birthday ahead of time. And moving right down to the middle of the ziggurat, I would say a fairly eventful session for Rowan, Brandon. First of all, the opening sequence, it was really nice role play between the two of you, as again I expected. It was another nice duet that I really liked. And again, I think one of the things that I've loved the most about, and I've said this before about Rowan's development, is learning who he is in the world relative to his past and his present. And feeling, I like the idea that he's vaguely annoyed that he's constantly around people that are sort of like these particular people that are sort of like, yeah, you know, we're helping you out. And he's like, really? Do we have to have that? Like, do you have to be like this? Because, you know, which changes the way that Rowan thinks a little bit about these circumstances. But then also the idea that then Rowan is then having to deal with other people that he's not sure if they're trying to scam him with Giselle and that whole crew, for me was an interesting contrast between Rowan and the way that he's very good at being able to talk fast, theoretically deceive, and move things around to his benefit if he has to, but then also is sometimes in touch with someone that he doesn't know how to handle some of the things he's seen. He's sharing his traumatic experience in a way with Tantin, and in the process of that is the opposite of being deceptive there, right? I mean, on one hand, he's like, why is this not more deceptive? And then these other ones, it's like, ah, yes, this is where deception comes in. So I find that really interesting duality about Rowan has been fun to watch play out. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next? Oh, and also you got a nice pew-pew cannon, so there's that too.
Yes, I am very excited to discover what all of that meant mechanically, because if it means I get to shoot regular bullets more than once per combat round, I would like that very much.
Well, all of them will be magical, I can tell you that, and you will not need to.
Only need to reload.
Right.
Cool. That works.
Yep.
I'll figure out the damage and everything.
Yes.
And show you how to set it all up. So.
I would like very much to not be doing the damage that Sunshine is presently doing right now. So, as I previously said, actually, I like playing Rowan a lot. There are things that of the things that I know about Rowan clearly, and the kind of guide the way that I play Rowan very often is, the idea that, like that old line that a lot of con artists use, "You never con an honest John," is not a rule or a guideline. It's the law. It tells you who is incapable of being scammed. And in that sense, like, the two major conflicts that Rowan obviously has is there are people who obviously always want things, and the things that they want are always violent, and it's not helpful. You can't actually reason with those kinds of people. And on the other hand is I have been in a flying vehicle for several days with people who I could just rip off and leave. And they keep being earnest at me, and I'm like, you do know this makes you vulnerable, right? Please stop it. Please stop. If it were not me, y'all would have none of your belongings right now. Why am I and like that question of, well, why am I still here? Why am I still
because
allowing...
I made you talk to those people, that's why.
Wait, what's that?
I made you talk to those people who I'm sure are scamming us.
I mean, yes, there is that. But, like, I mean, that's the thing, right? The reason why Rowan is still here is because the alternative is Stonefire, or these people who are obviously going to rip you off as well and probably leave you to die somewhere. And, like, y'all are, like, it's like you meet unattended minors in the airport, and you're like, I don't care. I would like to care as little as possible. But if I stop caring, all of you will suffer terrible fates right now.
Oh, the analogy gets better and better. The King's Citadel is now unattended minors at an airport. Where are your parents? Where are your parents?
And I think a lot of that is also in this, like, in that scene that I played with Tantin, the realization that as far as Rowan is concerned, at least Tantin has had an experience as traumatic as the experience Rowan is having right now. So whatever is still motivating Tantin should still be available for me. And it's not just discovering whether that is available for me, but then discovering why would I still need it or want it? What, not just can I continue doing this work, but even if I get to that point, why would I still want to be in this space? And then Tantin is like, well, because you get to stop it from happening. It will take a while and it'll continue sucking, but the goal is if we don't do it, no one else will. I'm like, that's good.
That's some goddamn defective logic.
Yeah,
what kind of truth is that?
If no one is around to keep turning this dynamo, then things will explode. Is like, maybe we should have never made the dynamo, but the dynamo exists, so that's why we're here.
Yeah.
So yeah, continuing to fathom that, which is part of the reason why I also I wanted to talk to Tanith Fjarlan at some point this session as well.
Yes.
Because
we'll still have a chance to do that next time. Don't let me forget that.
Yeah. But the reason why I wanted to wait several days until that happened is because I wanted to do the Tantin thing first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that revelation is actually more important to that moment. Rowan needs to figure out whether he wants to leave right now. And now that that's been resolved, now we get to scam to academics, I guess. So that'll be delightful. So yeah, hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and you can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides, that's TITHES, including therisingtides.bsky.social, where all the cool kids presently are.
That's right.
I keep randomly discovering every 3 days that somebody has added me to a new starter pack, and I'm like, everybody else here is cool. Why did you put me here?
There's a lot of starter packs. Yeah.
Starter packs are the most revolutionary social media discovery tool on Earth.
Yep.
And the only reason I wouldn't say that more social media platforms need to do something like it is because we should stop being on most social media platforms. But yes, I also have a website that is also my newsletter at brandonobrien.xyz. I am not doing anything cool except work right now. But this is me idly mentioning the thing that I at the exact same time that I mentioned it, exactly this time last year. Sometime near the end of the year, I will be doing a Twitch live stream recapping this year's Kohaku Utagassen, because I just saw the lineup for this year's Kohaku, and it is remarkably broken. Because a lot of the female artists are the exact same as they are last year. I'm like, y'all couldn't have brought anybody new, just a lot more J-pop. But on the white end, one of my recent favorite Japanese hip hop acts is on the list, and I'm like, I am very excited to tell people that my favorite anime theme song is probably going to be performed at Kohaku. So yes, sometime in January, that's a thing that's going to happen. And I don't know why I'm sharing that with you, other than the fact that I am personally very delighted by the fact that that is a thing that's happening. Also, this is just me reminding you all, as usual, that speculative poetry is rad. If you are a member of SIFWA, if you are going to be attending Seattle Worldcon, please keep all of the poetry that you've been reading this year in your mind, because the Nebulas and the upcoming Seattle Worldcon are going to allow you to nominate your favorite poems for awards, and I want you to keep in mind all of the beautiful things that you have discovered. And if you haven't discovered things, ask me and I will share things with you, because speculative poetry is rad. So yeah, that's me.
Good stuff on all counts. Thank you, Brandon. Very excited for all the things, as you would say, coming up soon. Thank you. Marie, great stuff as always with Merime as well. Again, just like I said with Jen, I knew that was going to be a very involved conversation. I'm aware of the fact too that in general, you're thinking a lot about, and have been over the last several months, about your role as a Kalashtar, your role about what, your awareness of prophecy and all these things. And so all of that is information that is kind of being processed right now at the same time that things have changed in, morphed in some negative, some positive ways, I suppose, but in ways that are definitely different than when things started. And so having a discussion with your sister, who's kind of the grounding element of some of this, I think was also important. And is going to be important in particular because the group has been very coherent and stayed together very well, but that's because there's a underlying care about everybody, but not because everyone agrees on everything and how everything ought to proceed. And so you being connected with your sister in this way and figuring things out between the two of you, I think was also a really interesting way to look into the psyche of Merime, I guess, to a certain degree. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really enjoyed today's session. I did not foresee that Nisiana would bring up me killing someone on her behalf, and I try to keep I do little songs after most sessions. They come up to me and I draft little songs or pieces of songs, and then so I have this entire diary of see, it says this damsel causes distress. It's my Eberron notes. Yeah, we got it at Gen Con when Jen and I were running around. Anyways, and I keep on my notes, so I was like, I feel like Merime is in a very different place. So I went back and looked at a bunch of different songs in different places, and it started where she was very much talking about in the moment, the last time they were in the gray, it was very much about the touchstones of what was happening around them. And it's happened kind of organically, which was interesting, which I didn't really notice until talking with Nisiana, because Merime's already put that the person died behind her. She barely thinks about it. It's just what's done is done. And I think, and from the songs, she doesn't talk about, the sensations around her anymore so much. I feel like by connecting with her dreams, she's actually untethering herself, and I don't think I realized it until that conversation with her sister. But she wants her sister to be happy, but she's not fully understanding the problem.
Oh my gosh.
I know, and I was like, ooh, maybe but that's okay, because now we've had this chat, let's see where it goes. But yeah, and there was things that she was thinking of too that she wrote about after the last session that she didn't bring up, but maybe I'll sing it someday. These little incomplete pieces of verses and poetry.
That would be cool.
I just have a little, and then you said no. So it was very interesting. It was interesting to dive back into it because we'd been moving so fast, and she was very much focused on how do I keep everyone safe, especially my sister, and how do I keep going forward. And now with Flamewind gone too, that's thrown a bit of a a wrench in her. Somebody is working on the Draconic Prophecy, and she feels like the responsibility of being able to access it falls more on her than the others. So that will be interesting to see where Merime goes from here. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be great. Ribbons for all.
Ribbons for all.
Stabs for others.
Yeah, you should have seen chat what they're talking about in the green room. I can't talk about it, but oh man, long range plans about ribbons. Yep.
So thank you very much. This was fun. Thank you. And I enjoyed everyone's RP, by the way, as well. So thank you to all the players and to you, Greg, as well. That was just fun too. It was very enjoyable. I am about to dive deep into a writing hole. I have many projects too, and I'm very excited. So I'm not going to be anywhere except back here on December the 14th. And my latest work is, I'm going to put it in the chat. It's Shadowrun Offbeat, edited by some very cool people in this chat, in this very Zoom.
Chaos Incarnate.
What?
No, not you. The book. The book is
book.
chaos incarnate.
I mean, I would, yeah, the book is Chaos Incarnate. Thank you, Jen. Yes, it is very much. If you want to see the unleashed
Take a look at that cover.
insanity-
You'll see the chaos incarnate. It's really
Chaos.
great.
Yes, if you want to have a good fun read, you don't need to know Shadowrun that much if you don't know it too much. It's just dive in, have some fun, meet some crazy characters, listen to some song lyrics in your mind, and then, watch chaos unfold on stage. So, yeah, thank you very much. I'll see you all on the 14th.
Good stuff. Thank you, Marie. And last but certainly not least, Tren, I knew when this came up based on what happened at the end of the last session with the thing that Rowan found. And then, obviously stuff that happened today about the whole Metrol thing, that there was going to be, Tantan was going to be up against was going to go through some things. I was surprised, actually, and I don't know if you were, I was surprised about the level of vulnerability that Tantan revealed to Rowan. There was a moment, a very nice moment in that role play where you said the thing about and that was the second hardest thing, was watching Nisiana go down. And I waited to see if Brandon was going to jump in with anything there, and he didn't. And then all of a sudden Tantan went on to say, and the first one, and I was like, oh, I didn't know if that was going to be something that he was going to let go or if he was going to follow up with. And that really was subtle and very powerful, I thought, in reflecting what was there. And of course, it's trauma sharing with trauma, not trauma dumping, very important difference, but sharing it because it is a common element that uplifts both people who were invested in trauma in that way, that they're not alone in having experienced it or not knowing how to deal with it. And so that was really fascinating to me. And then, of course, I had a feeling that the stuff was going to be interesting to see how that happened. That moment where, right at the end, where Alarian's like, listen, you don't have to come with us if you don't want to. And Nisiana, who was the same person who had been trying to be protective of Tantan, was like, but he has to come. Which is true. In a way, from Tantan's point of view, he has to come, right? But that was a really great, I thought, sort of a juxtaposition where no one's wrong, right? Alarian's not wrong, but it makes such sense that Tantan would have to go through this and come to the conclusion, I have to adult and go on this thing that I do not want to be doing. So some really good moments there. Trent, how'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Yeah, that moment with the waiting to see if Brandon, picked up and tossed back or just waited. And I was like, okay, if he doesn't say anything in the next couple of seconds, do I go forward with this? Do I go ahead and he's not saying anything? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
There's a scene in Babylon 5 where Dr. Stephen Franklin is right up here. No, it's not. It's Michael Garibaldi says that, sometimes people walk away from you because they want you to leave them alone, and sometimes they walk away because they want to see if you'll follow them. And that's I'm kind of figuring out where Tantan is at the pivot point, because he's reaching the nexus between his emotional trauma and his logical mind saying, you cannot let this continue to do this to you.
Yeah.
And so he's, struggling with it, trying to figure out how do I, exactly what he was telling Rowan, you've got to figure out how, what is your target, and then you can plot the course on how to get there. And so he's also trying to do the same thing. The only thing that I didn't really cover, I think, was if Tantan would still be out in the street when everybody else came out, and that there would be a scorch mark in the middle of the road.
Oh.
About probably that big around. And his mage hand would be just holding this glowing hot circlet about that big, and just it's slowly cooling. But that's clearly he made something here in the street.
Neat.
But hasn't covered what
Focus
it is.
his raise incandescent rage into it.
Basically, yeah. He used the heat metal spell and used it really hard. He
Yeah.
poured a lot of anger into
Yeah.
that casting.
Yeah.
And probably made it a little bit too hot, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's a few degrees between friends.
Yeah, really. Didn't want to do it inside because he'd probably set the place on fire and burn a hole in the table. But anyway, yeah, he's it's gonna be a lot of fun. And there's other branches, other tendrils to it that are going to come up as we move forward that are going to be a lot of fun. Where will people see me next? Probably here in December for more of this, and it will be awesome and wonderful and great. Maybe Pseudopod will release the short story I narrated for them that takes place on Thanksgiving Day. Maybe they'll release it this week or this coming week. I don't know. It would make sense that they would, because that's when the story takes place, is on Thanksgiving Day. So who knows? We'll see. I'm sure there was something else. But I can't really remember what it was. So yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks for talking. Yeah.
Peace out.
Peace out. Good stuff today. Good stuff today, Trent. And yeah.
That was it. If Tanton had been in his right mind, he would have asked Nisiana to send a second message back to the university to tell them to harvest parts from Flamewood. But he was he was not.
Keep her on ice till I can see it.
Yeah,
You're not going to do anything with that gun of Sphinx, are you? Like,
You know what? I'm not sure how Nisiana would have responded to that, because wow.
Yeah, like how do you even? Can you please make sure that you put some of that Gyno's things in the fridge, please?
Well, there's a couple of things beyond the fact of when the hell did she die? Is her body even viable? The second part is, what the hell do you do with these things? And the third part is, she was a she. What the fuck? But I'm not sure how Nisiana would come out and say that. And
I mean, that
I
was
would
pretty
actually
good.
probably enjoy that conversation immensely.
oh
That would've
man,
been
I've heard of fridging a character, but that's really a whole.
Oh,
Wow.
he needs.
But this actually has more of a purpose. Than
No,
being,
okay, here we go.
just for revenge. There you go.
They're like, no, but there's a real practical scientific reason. Yes.
Well, magical, but
She's not
tomato,
using it
tomato.
anymore.
It was absolutely
I love you all
hilarious.
so much.
Yeah, seriously. This was it was great stuff for everybody. I should say, by the way, that when everybody watches this, not all of you can if you want, but chat, when you're watching the video to end our little video outro here, that in the reference to each of the characters, there's reference to some of the new things that are motivating them now based upon feedback they've given to me. And in the case of Tanton, one of those is, he knows what he did for the last war, and what he would have to do for the next one, and how much worse the next one might be. And so all of that is sort of tying into this stuff, while everyone else, all of the other characters have their own somewhat updated, mission statements or whatever based upon how they've described them to me. So,
now.
say again, what's that?
I guess I'm gonna have to listen to it now.
Yeah, see?
It was good.
Well, that's right. You weren't here for the first one. Yeah, but so you'll. Yeah, that's right.
Otherwise
No,
I would've,
that's
but
all
I-
right. You will get to
I
see it. You will get to see it this time. But wonderful work from everybody. Also, thank you for being patient as we're up to 142 subs now on the channel because of that incredible pack that we got, which I think is close to a record, number of subs. So we'll see if we break that record. But regardless, Tom, thank you for the incredible generosity. It was really kind of you. And thanks, chat, for a very entertaining back and forth among chat today as well. Can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew? Thank you to Trendane Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Halfers. Great work, crew. I will see you back here next month for 2 more as we continue in Season 5. Thank you, everybody. Bye,
everybody.
for now. Alrighty, so that was great stuff. Really enjoyed that a lot. And yeah, I I cannot wait to see how this stuff rolls out. A lot of great stuff coming next month. Not only do we have that coming around, but we also have towards the end of this month, I should say actually a week from today, we have the relaunch of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks with the 2 new players joining veteran Zach Clay and Toya Kristen Finley. Very excited about that. I'm very excited about the launch of Star Wars, which is going to be coming up very soon, hopefully maybe even next month, he said. I'm very excited for that. I am excited for more By the Dice Roll with Ghosts of Saltmarsh. We have got some video stuff coming up from them, which is going to be great. We've got more Beowulf coming up. It's going to be great. A lot of good tabletop play, but I'm super excited. It came with a discount. That's how you get us Germans every time. Well, listen, I appreciate that it was discounted, but regardless, it's still a big chunk of coin, big chunk of cash. So I'm very grateful for it, Tom. And also a lot of Dark Sun. Really having a good time with Dark Sun, and it's great. It's just all great, is what I'm saying. It's great channel stuff, and hopefully some good writing stuff to come too, which I'll be at liberty to speak about more soon, I hope. But that is going to do it for us for tonight. We are, however, definitely going to do a raid today because it is not ridiculously late and we had a good solid turnout tonight. So if you liked what you saw and heard, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube. Thanks to all those who are watching over on the YouTube channel, !ArvTube there. Please join us on our Discord, !ArvCord, especially those of you who got one of those 110 subs today. If you joined the channel and were like, hey, I heard I got a sub, please join us on Discord. We have, I think, the best community on Twitch, and we're making it grow. So please join us over there, !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. I don't know how much longer I'll be on that hell site, but please follow me over there for the moment, and definitely follow me over on Blue Sky, where you should definitely be, !ArvSky. The follower numbers are rising at a prodigious rate, which I'm very happy about, because the faster I get those numbers up, the faster I can bail out on Twitter forever. But that's the deal with that. Website is arvanelleron.com. Again, for those of you who missed this, the Hearthglow long recording was done last night. The next one, so Triffid has got that now. Audio is going to be coming out over the next few weeks, which is great. Hearthglow has been a lot of fun as well. Really enjoying that quite a bit. So you can check that out. And stuff like the sub bomb that we got today and things like that are helping supplement things like that. The videos, paying for people like Triffid to be doing podcast editing and the amazing work that she does with scheduling and all that, and other things to come that I pay for the channel. That is all helped by this support. So thank you so much for that. And again, website arvanelleron.com. Please go check that out, as well as our Gen GMs show that I do with Zach Clay on DM and GM's tips. More shorts coming out from there soon as well. Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff like this. If you want some swag with this cool logo, and on the back, the best bad idea we've ever had, which is the group of the King's Citadel that you just saw, or more stuff relating to Expedition or other shows that we do here, please then make sure that you head over to the shop and buy some merchandise, make great Christmas gifts and the like. If you have not already done so, please support the Patreon. That's !ArvTreon. We're trying to make that number go up over $100 and more, because the more that we get that into triple digits, the more that we can move towards various special events for the channel, various channel goals, and you can get cool stuff for yourself as well, including inspirations to help our tabletop players. And speaking of inspirations, you can also get those by subbing to the channel, as so many of you did today. By subbing to the channel, you get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. More emotes and sub badges coming soon, by the way. So you can do that. On the publishing front, Icarus is my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my nearly physically sold out Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Very excited about that, and about also other stuff from Alligator Alley, like the game related to Greyshade, Greyshade. That is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade, Renegade and Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts, and yours truly, critically acclaimed, award-winning. You can get all those books there now. You can also get at that link the audiobook of Greyshade done by our very own Trent Sparks, and you can also, if you have not already done so, you can check out our, the Greyshade tabletop role-playing game from our very own Brandon O'Brien, who you've just heard from, and Alligator Alley Entertainment. That's going to be out early next year. So please pre-order it now. As Prince Justin always says, pre-orders are love, pre-orders are life. So please do that. Very excited for that Greyshade game, which is also going to be featured on the channel. So if you like Blades in the Dark, if you like intrigue, if you like spy stuff, if you like any of those things, and if you like awesome role play and fun character design and all that stuff, you are definitely going to want to pre-order pre-order that game. It is going to be awesome when it arrives. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point help now, which is the, there we go, World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we are going to do so for others in that situation in the future. That is going to do it for me, but we are going to do a raid today as soon as our video is done. And if you haven't seen the new video, stick around because it's really awesome. Mike did a great job with it. If you are not a sub, when you're brought over automatically, please type in this, the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, please do this one instead, Arvany hype, the Arvanauts have landed, and then Twitch raid again, and then Arvany roar, Arvany witch, Arvany smug, Arvany love, Arvany blown, all the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically to the place that we are going to go. And the place that we are going to go, I think, is, let me just double check. Okay. Yes, I see where we are going to go. Yes, all right. I see where we're going to go. So we will do that in just a moment as soon as this video is done. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Drew the Damager, Prince Justin, the Rising Tides, Triffity Mats, the best mods in the business. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Drew, Prince Justin, Rising Tides, Triffid, Nonstop, Dr. Hugo C. Hackenbush, Elodorino, Marie Bilodeau, Radio Johnny Panda, Subterfuge Dog, Tom, Trendane. A lot of people got taken by that sub bomb, and thank you again so much to Tom for that incredible generosity. Tom, thank you. So many people have been so generous over the years, and even people who can't give any subs, just by being here means so much. So I don't want people to feel bad that they haven't been able to do anything. You can give whatever you can give, but that sub bomb was something else. I've never seen 100 sub gift in my channel before. That was a big honor to be a part of. So thank you. It was really awesome. I am very grateful. So thank you so much, Tom. And last but certainly not least, thank you so much. Epic is right. Epic is right. It was pretty epic, Jagtress. And thank you so much. Speaking of Jagtress, to Jagtress, Light and Passion, Mr. Jonas, and Shadow Mage, who is a mod, but apparently is lurking, and a sub and all that good things. Thank you to all those wonderful people, and a special thanks tonight to the Infinity and Beyond crew of Trent Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of Brandon O'Brien, of Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. Thank you so much to all those lovely folks as well. Otherwise, please stick around, and I will see you folks for the raid, and I will see you folks here on Tuesday for the Patreon-fueled chat chosen game of the month, which is Jagged Alliance 3. Very excited for that game. And then I'll be playing more Songs of Conquest on GOG.com's Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels and the like. So it's going to be great. I'm super pumped for that. But that's going to do it for me for now. Please stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely folks back here on Tuesday. Until then, I'm very grateful to hear that, Tom, and that's kind of why we're here, is to be able to heighten people's lives somewhat. And so given that that's the case, I hope that the idea that I would have done that in such a way that people feel that they wish to pay back is a great honor to me. So thank you. Thank you so much to you and to everyone here in the channel, and much love to everyone watching the VODs as well. All right, I'm out of here. Stick around for the raid. I'll see you folks here on Tuesday. Until then, everyone be good to each other, and have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.